I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. All of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so very good to see all of you tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. And I'm sorry I didn't set my live up earlier. I looked over at the clock and I realized, holy cow, I didn't put up my live yet. I need to start presetting those because, I pretty much go on the same time every night, and then I could just, edit if I need to and push it up or something. But I typically will go between, 11 and 11:45 for night court. So I want to talk a little bit about the importance of knowing the facts, right? What will help us find Devlin and Sebastian. And, I kind of want to highlight those cases, but then also there was an update on some court documents for the RCMP for Jack and Lily's case, right? Look at how cute they are. They're just so adorable. Like Lily's just, a total little doll of a little girl, and then Jack is just a cutie pie. You could tell him he's a rambunctious little boy. But where are they? A lot of people in the beginning were side eyeing, basically this the mom and the stepdad because they had really strange stories, right? And of course, when we watch something, we kind of can take in what's being said and kind of make of it as we will. But a lot of it is just such a short little bit, and then it's also edited for TV, right? Because they might do, excuse me, a news story, and they might talk to the people, the family members. So say Jack and Lily's family, they may talk to Malaya and her husband for 30 minutes, or maybe they interviewed them for an hour, but then they edit it down, right? And I do that here as well. Except for live streams are a little bit different. Like if someone comes up on the panel, they're up here. I don't edit those. I just leave them just how they are. But we always have to kind of consider that. But there was so many red flags, in Jack and Lily's case. Mainly for me, it was because two little kids had gone missing, all at once. Another really big thing that I considered was that Lily has a pair of lungs on her, right? And she screams when she's excited. And when I heard her screaming with excitement at the birthday party, because they were bringing the cake out, and I mean, she was screaming at the top of her lungs with excitement. I thought to myself, if someone grabbed her up and then had her brother in the other arm, one in each arm, like she'd probably, be screaming bloody murder. And so I was like, how did that happen when no one could hear them? Now they do live in rural Nova Scotia, Canada, right? It's very rural up there. Woods everywhere. But I was still like, somebody would have heard her if they just tried to snatch her up. So I had my questions too. And a lot of the creators have done deep dives on Jack and Lily's case. One creator that I really like is uh a criming it's I'm sorry, it's called It's a Criming Shame. Her name is Sunny. She did a fantastic job in Sebastian Rogers' case, and that's how I found her. And she has covered Jack and Lily's case extensively. So huge shout out to her. Hey, Sandwich, good to see you. Hello, Bo. Welcome in, Deanna. Good to see you. And Blessed in Florida is here. So good to see you, Blessed. And also, I see, let's see, Gail is here. Thank you, Gail. Thank you for all the hearts. We are Sebastian and Devlin's army. Thanks so much for being here, Gail. I really appreciate you. And hey, Adrina, thank you so much. That's such a nice compliment. Thank you very, very much. And Bo, thank you for the green and blue hearts. Hello, Miss Ann. I hope you're feeling better today. Oh my gosh. Really? 16 degrees? Oh my gosh. It's 49 here, which is cold for here. It is. It's cold for Florida. But most people would be like, oh, that's not cold. I'm still wearing shorts at 49 degrees, Um, yeah, there you go. Oh, good, Miss Ann. Yeah, get yourself all warm and cozy, comfortable. We're just gonna chit chat tonight. And aw, that's so sweet of you, blessed. Thank you. Hello, Holly S. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Aw, thank you. Yay. I'm so glad that you're here. So yes, Deanna, it's fun. It is fun. And I try to go in there every now and then and just, say hi, or I might share something like, look at this, or what do you guys think of this? Or hey, do we have a wizard? Do we have somebody that has computer, skills? Is what I was asking about yesterday. Well, I was trying to figure out what site is the best one to go to, or how do I figure out how long a website has been up, because the one, SF's website was looking really generic, right? When I looked at it, I'm like, oh my God, I think I could create a better web page than this. Fun fact, I used to work for a software company where I would coach real estate agents all around the country, right? On this platform that we used. It was a CRM, a contact management system. And so I would school them on how to use it, right? So I knew the back end of the system, but then we had like this room full of all of these guys that were super duper smart. And you went in there, the room was dark, they had big monitors all over and just codes going across the screen. And I always felt inadequate when I wouldn't make eye contact with them. I just always felt no, I'm just kidding. I was just always like, I'm not worthy, right? Because they were so smart. Good to see you, meow. So I could like, see them later like rolling their eyes at me like, oh my gosh, you know. But I just thought it was so cool. So yeah, Deanna, so that it's just the lowest tier. I haven't added like another tier to do like a Discord. I wanted to do something where like if I added a higher tier, but it's only on the first tier. So if you just get the first tier membership, it comes with the Discord, and then of course we're going to do a members only live. I'm going to be better about doing those this year. Because I really want to make sure we kind of ramp up. But our first members only is going to be for the year is going to be a trivia, just a fun trivia night. It's not going to be particularly true crime, even though I might throw in a couple of, bonus questions or something like that. But whoever wins that trivia will get something special from, our from my Tennessee trip. So I thought that would just be something fun. And then, when you become a member, it'll help with um yeah, we're going to do it at the end of the month. Oh, great. Yeah, we'll do it at the end of the month, but it'll help with the trip because you know what, on YouTube we get paid once a month. So, it's for the previous month, you get so yeah, it'll just help out tremendously that way. But I wanted you guys to get something out of it, and I had so much fun when we did our giveaway last time. Like I just love doing the giveaways. It's so fun. I wish I could do them all the time. But yeah, we're gonna do that. So definitely get involved. But yeah, I figured we would do something cool on a second tier Discord. I've been working on that with Chuchi, and just trying to see, you know what we can do to make it worth your while, because I want you guys to feel like, you're putting your money towards something good, and, I want you to feel good about it. So because I know it's hard. I don't know how everybody pays for memberships either, by the way. I'm really selective just because I have to be, I don't have all that money to spare. But I think everybody works so hard, you guys. I mean, that's one thing that I just always want to reiterate that, if it's not something where you're just getting up and bashing people and being hateful and, I mean, I guess, either way it does take it is a lot of work to create a video. And so I just respect all the other creators, what they're doing, even when I don't agree with them. I respect what they're doing. Um, it takes all of us, and even in a case like Devlin Tait, where he, like I said, he was out on Facebook, a lot on Facebook locally, people were aware, but getting the public awareness in other places, um, that's where kind of YouTube and TikTok come in. Because I think Facebook is more grassroots. Like you may be involved in certain groups, and they have a lot of those groups, Find Devlin Tait or, things like that. But it's really local. So I think it's good to get the stories out, you know, onto more platforms. I'm always amazed with the way people think and the questions that you guys ask that I might forget to ask, or it might be something where you guys make a comment and then it sparks me to think, oh yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. And yeah, I wanted to mention that, so that's why I really enjoy your feedback. So I know, Cece, I can't do a raffle because of Florida law. they look at it as like gambling, which I mean, I suppose it is, right? But I looked it up before I went for Pig Fest because I wanted to do something special for you guys then. And it was like, yeah, you have to do all these things and make sure, and you know, because I was gonna do like $5 raffle tickets or something like that, and then if people wanted to buy two, they could or whatever. And I was just gonna do like a drawing, um, and have Jen help me with it, because I knew we were planning on doing a live together. So, but then I looked up the rules and stuff, and I wanted to make sure I was doing everything good, and it's not like allowed really because then they think of it like as a lottery type of a thing. So what you have to do is you have to, if you do a giveaway, everybody is equally involved, and it's not like um you have to pay for like a raffle ticket per se. But I know that would be really fun if we could do something like that. I would have to get like a license or some stuff like that. I forget what all it entails, but like Florida doesn't play around, man. They're like, no, you can't do that. So did you not say that he would have the ties to Kalamazoo? Someone needs to get a hold of the police over there. Oh, and have them looking for him. So the ties to Kalamazoo. So what that was is that, you know how when you change things on Facebook, and like say I've changed my location on Facebook to living in Florida, right? When I moved when I moved from Missouri, I would make a change, and it documents that, and it says, it's an event that happened. Well, and I don't know exactly what happened, so I can't even explain it, but when I looked on Sabrina's boyfriend's Facebook, he said that he was living in Kalamazoo and he changed his status. Um, but he doesn't live in Kalamazoo, right? They live in Lansing. They're still together. So, but that's where the Kalamazoo came in. I think searching outside the radius though, Miss Ann, I think that is a good idea. I know you're from up that way. Um, you know, I think that would be a good idea. I was thinking a lot more along the lines too of, if Devlin was not caught anywhere on camera in Lake Odessa, was he going to meet someone, or did he possibly have a job that somebody had offered him to do an odd job and they came and picked him up? I was thinking about that too. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. If that could be, something that one of the trails we should go down, right? Um, and again, just working behind the scenes a lot on Devlin's case as well. It's so difficult, because Devlin did have access to other people, and he had, they had access to him, so to speak. I'm just trying to figure out, what could have happened there. You know, was he beefing with anybody? I mean, we know that he was being bullied. When we watched Nicholas go to John, um, he was evaluated for autism spectrum disorder. And as the expert was on the stand telling us about it, that's something that comes along with being on the spectrum, because you're perceived as being different to other people, right? Which is true. But also socially, it's hard for people on the spectrum. It can be. Now, some people are very social. Devlin was very social. He didn't seem to have um a whole lot of issues socially, but maybe with his peers. And he liked to hang out over at Bob's and that sort of stuff, and he liked to sing. A lot of people, I remember Piper had said something like, you know she was like, my nephew is autistic, and that he wouldn't necessarily get up like Devlin did and sing, right? because that would cause like great anxiety, or that it would be overstimulating, overwhelming for some people on the spectrum. But, that's why everyone's so different. And I think that's the importance of knowing the facts about someone, knowing, what they would typically do and what they wouldn't. Because we could say, okay, well, he's got, um, just as an example, he's got autism spectrum disorder, and so we would just base that our criteria just on that. If we didn't know Devlin, we might consider some of that stuff, but then we realize that, hey, that's not true. And then another thing that doesn't really ring true also is like Devlin wasn't a big fan of the water, you know? And so that was another thing that was like, oh, that's really interesting. Same thing with Sebastian's case. Sebastian loves the water, right? He swims, he loves the pool, but he does not like um to be dirty, right? He doesn't like the dirty water. He likes the crystal clear pool water, right? Which I can't say I blame him. I feel uncomfortable when I'm in water and I can't see see what's underneath me, right? It can be a scary thought or feeling for anyone, let alone someone who's on the spectrum, someone who has sensory issues already, you know? And again, not liking to be dirty, that tells us a lot. That tells us a whole lot about Sebastian, that he wouldn't have left without shoes probably, right? So, it's so important to know what these people would do. And then also, um it's really important to understand the person that we're looking for. With someone with autism spectrum disorder, they like routine. So we would think it would be easier to track down their movements because they usually do the same things, every day, or most days. They try to complete that task. And I think that's something that's important. One of Devlin's friends did share that with me, that Devlin was a creature of habit. He liked things he liked to do things the same way, like his like familiar routes. Like he would like to take the same routes, if he could. He might change it depending on, they said maybe a house that he liked to, walk by, or there was a pretty house on that route. And so he would walk over there, stuff like that. So, but you would think it'd be easier to understand, what they're thinking because they keep to a routine. But that's not always true, so we just we can't always um go by that alone either. Aw, thank you. Meow, that's so sweet of you. Aw, thank you. And so it's a lot. It's a lot to consider, you know? Lansing is the capital of Michigan. Yeah, it is. It is. Um, and I've been to Detroit in the winter. It's very cold. Oh my goodness, Meow, I bet. I bet. Yeah, and the lake effect snow and stuff like that. I mean, it's cold everywhere. There's like a big cold front, but then Liberty was telling us earlier that Denver's not so cold, or they've had some really mild weather there. So, oh my goodness. Oh, good. Oh, you're having your niece keep a lookout? Thank you, Miss Ann. That is so sweet. I appreciate that so much. That's another thing that is so cool about that, and I appreciate that. Um, you getting your niece involved. That's such a big deal, right? Like sending out flyers to each other and saying, "Hey, have you seen this kid? He's up by your area." I've done that with my daughter. I've done that with my friends in Missouri. You know, oh, this is one for your neck of the woods. Just to be on the lookout. You never know when somebody's going to spot someone. And guys, I can't, definitively say that Devlin like isn't hiding from the law or something. You know what I mean? He might be. He very well might be. So if we see him out, I just think it'd be hard for him to stay put in the house, because he's used to, going out all the time, and he's social. For somebody that was more introverted, I could see them staying, being able to hide for a long time. Devlin is a little different. Again, just knowing a bit about him makes me think otherwise. So But again, I could be wrong, and he could be doing a great job of hiding out. And we don't know, like maybe he met a girlfriend online, that's keeping him, or excuse me, maybe he met a girl, a lady, like a weirdo, okay, online that like scooped him up, like, I'm gonna keep you forever type. You guys ever see that movie Misery with Annie? You know what I mean? She want to keep that guy. I'm your biggest fan. Kind of creepy. You know, not to go completely off the rails here, but I'm just saying, you just never know. And there are women out there that are like predators too, and that would take advantage of him. Devlin's a cutie pie. I know he had the hygiene issues and stuff. He needed reminding, he needed reminders. He also did have a temper sometimes, right? And he had issues to deal with, but you know, somebody that would take someone, right, and abduct them, they're not thinking of the other person, how it's going to make them feel, how it's going to be to, they're just latched on to that obsessive compulsive thought, and they do it. They just take take the child, take the kid. Not that Devlin could be taken easily. I mean, maybe he went willingly with this person. Maybe it was a lady, or someone who, I mean, she could have been 30 years old, 35 years old, that decided, hey, come do some yard work with me. I'll come pick you up. And she seemed all right. And so he got in the car with her, and she wasn't all right. She was unhinged. It's like, she's a predator. Um, I can't take that off the table. I think it's a lower probability, but it's not impossible. So, and I mean, at this point, I think a lot of things are still on the table, with Devlin. Um, Same thing with Sebastian. Again, we can't prove that he made it home. We can't prove that the lights are really anything. Sheriff Craddock has said they're not. Um, Brandon Carter said they're not. So that latest release, there was a lot to that. There was a whole lot to that to consider. And it's just very hard for me to believe in Sebastian's case that that there's any footage that we're not aware of, right, from the neighbors. But then again, you know, it's not like the neighbor with the flashlight footage has been forthright and allowed for the public to see that either. I think that would help a lot. I wish that they would release that. I think that would be a better release of footage to Mob Crew, and let him take a look at it, and maybe he has it and he just can't give it out. Um, that's another thing too. When people talk, some people want to use us as a way to pump out information, right? Um, and other people want to tell us information, but they want us to keep it quiet, but they also would like us to beat the drum knowing that knowledge, if that makes sense, right? Either way is good, but I always think that producing the receipts is the most impactful. And I think that that would be the most impactful, is to get the flashlight video footage, the raw, footage. We like it raw over here at Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. We like it raw. We want to see the real deal. We don't want it edited really. We want to see it. We don't want the footage that came from somebody's phone that wasn't supposed to take the footage, right? If that's even allegedly what happened. We want the real deal, because that's the only way that we will find out what happened, is with the facts and the truth. You know what? Justice for Noog, thanks so much for being here. I know she says I'm freezing. Oh no, Justice for Noog. You know? Oh, or his phone. I know. And the phones are so big, blessed. even Sebastian's Switch, like, I don't even think they took his Switch. I mean, kids are so smart that I bet you Sebastian knew how to access the internet from his Switch if there was a capability on there. You know what I mean? Like, he'd probably be able to do it faster than me. These kids are so smart, and they grow up, like, into a world where that's what they're growing up into, right? Some of us grew up in a world where we had, Betamax, 8-track. Some of us grew up with VCRs. Some of us grew up with CD players. Technology is always evolving. And I'm always getting technology when it's like they're coming out with a new one next week. Like, I do that all the time with my cell phone. Like, I will go buy the newest iPhone that's on the market, and then I shit you not, like a day or 2 later, they release the new one, and I'm like, "What the shit? Again?" And so, like, I'm back to square one with old technology. That's how fast it moves. Um, but, like, just these kids are so tech savvy. It's like they already know. It's so weird. But I've seen 2-year-olds work a freaking, iPad like it's nothing. Um, you know? So, oh, Friday and Saturday here in Texas will be 26. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys need to stay warm. I'm afraid that we're going to get really, really cold overnight. I think we're supposed to get down to the 30s tonight. So probably come like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be freezing here too, which is, you know, unseasonably cold for us. Well, I guess the season's right. It's just colder than usual, you know. Yeah, the east side is cold, or excuse me, the west side is colder, Miss Ann. She said your niece said that it's colder over on the west side. Yeah, yeah. Because you get that lake effect snow too, and then it just depends on the elevation and things like that. I mean, I know it's pretty flat, um, in most parts up north, up in that neck of the woods. I've never actually been um around up in the Michigan area, but Chicago is just on the other side of Lake Michigan, really. Um, so they found that special ed teacher too, that poor lady, in Lake Michigan down on the beach. They had found her. So I know, Cece, I'm with you too. 39 in Central California. Oh my gosh, Shadow. 17 degrees, NorCal, SoCal. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I hope you guys are cozy, warm inside. My heater just kicked on, so I know my heater is going to be working overtime. Holly S says, "Do you think Devlin is the kind of guy that would do well in homeless camp type situation?" I do, Holly. I do. And the reason why is because Devlin is very good at surviving situations, like even uncomfortable situations, as far as I can tell. Also, also, excuse me, he doesn't really, care about the hygiene part of things, right? So I think that part would be easy for him to just kind of, do his own thing. Um, and I don't know enough about like the homeless community up there, because you know how sometimes they'll have like the tent cities, or they'll have like even people who live out of their cars. Like, I've watched documentaries, a lot of YouTubers were really interested in that, and I would kind of follow some of those YouTubers that were going to different places interviewing people, even on Skid Row and stuff like that. And it's amazing how they survive out there. Like, even when it's cold, even when it's really hot, they just find a way. And they all kind of work together and help each other out. Like, it's a little community of people. Even some of them would have like little coffee and little breakfast stations where they would all get together and eat in the morning, and things were provided. Um, and a lot of them do work, and as far as I know, Devlin was not into any drugs or anything like that. But what if somebody started giving him that stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like I can't take it off the table, and he seems very sweet and maybe goes with the flow too sometimes, and I don't know. But then again, Devlin also knew when to stand up for himself too, and could be kind of tough, act kind of tough. And I had asked Tamara today, I said, do you think that there was more of a shift in Devlin's behavior and acting badly when Jessica came into his life? Because I wondered that. Sabrina touched on it a little bit, but I don't think that she felt like she could be as honest as she wanted to be, because Jessica was in the chat that day. And, so with that being said, I wish I would have asked her to elaborate more on that. But then again, I didn't want to, stir the pot either. And I think she was avoiding stirring the pot too, because even when I went back and listened, I can tell that she was kind of wanting, um, I don't know. She was kind of wanting to say more about that, like that Devlin was acting up and being more defiant. And this is my words, not hers, but I'm saying, like, he would talk to Jessica, then he was, well, that's my mom. My mom's gonna come over and kick your butt. I heard that before, um, and stuff like that. And so it made me think of it. And she said, yeah, there were times where I think he was trying to impress her, and I said that's fair. And that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, it wouldn't totally surprise me if she said no, but I was kind of expecting her to say yeah, that's because that's what everything points towards anyway. Which is unfortunate, because even though at the time that she came in when he's 18, it's so hard, right? Because, like, yeah, she's his mom still, but you know she just always came off more of like a friend rather than someone who was genuinely concerned for Devlin's safety, his well-being, wanted him to be, a well-adjusted young man. She wasn't worried about that, in my opinion, and that's a big red flag for me. um you know a very big red flag. So, oh, okay, over by the thumb. Miss Ann, you're the one that told me about Michigan, why everybody's mittens up there. You told me it looks like a mitten, and I said, ah, it does. So she's by the thumb. That's great. I think he may be alone too, and I think he may be alive, Holly. I will never say he's not until I know for sure, and that's any of these kids. Because I will say, excuse me, like, um little Claire up in Canada. I was really like, I'd see her little picture and I'd think to myself, oh my goodness, I bet you she's no longer with us anymore, because she's so little, right? And just a dainty little princess, her curly little hair, and she's just so cute. And I thought, oh my goodness, there's no way that she's going to make it. And lo and behold, she did. She made it, guys. I mean, she's safe and well with her father. I hope she's doing well. I hope her mother never gets a chance to hurt her like that again. Um, but that's why I can never say that, because every time I do, I kick myself in the butt. But I'm glad when I'm wrong. That's when I'm like so happy that I was wrong. And I didn't really talk much about her case until after she was found, because it was such a miracle. I mean, how can you not talk about something like that? Same thing with little RJ. I wanted to get in a couple of clips of his of the rescue efforts in the United Cajun Navy, how the police handled that as well tonight. So, um, yeah, yeah, meow. I think he really could be. I think we could really find him. I'm still wondering about those damn Facebook posts. I'll tell you what, that is something that just gnaws away at me. Because it's just, oh, it was so close. I was like, please let that be him, you know. Um, I haven't heard anything. Obviously, I'm looking for the news to say something, or, you know, for the police to break anything. But again, they're keeping things close to the vest, and in my opinion, they're really working hard to find Devlin. They really are, guys. And I do want to put that out there, because as much as I talk about snuggle struggle over here, I want to give credit to law enforcement. I don't want to work against law enforcement ever. It pains me to make fun of Eric Craddock. Sometimes I think it's hilarious, you know, and I actually enjoy it. It's a bit it's a bit of a release for me. It's a bit of a release. But in the same way, I don't want to go after people that are really working hard either. You know, I would hate to do that. That would make me feel terrible. So um yeah, I believe law enforcement is doing the best they can with the information that they have. And also, you know, we talked a lot about this even the other night with Jonathan Wong's case, is that with him being the age that he was, even though he was on the spectrum, even though he had some diminished mental capabilities because of his autism spectrum disorder, his family had a hell of a time, right? Getting into his phone, getting into his iPad. And then they also had to go and get guardianship over him after he went missing, right? Because it didn't occur to them to do that, to do that before, because they just wanted him to make his own choices and be, you know, be his own steward of himself. And, you know, gosh, it just still breaks my heart. I just see his father Tao in my head. I see his father, I see his mother, his sister, you know, just I've been praying for them. I really have been. Yeah, the police haven't been transparent. I know they don't have to be, but still, I know I wish they would be a bit. You know, I would love for them to release, in Devlin's case, I would love for them to release the Carl's footage, right? Or maybe any footage, even if they were to show the Sunoco footage. But then again, we do have Devlin talking to the guys at Bob's, right? So that's good to know his mannerisms, the sound of his voice, you know, in case we hear him, in case we saw him, you know, in case somebody spots him. So I think that's really important. Um, but there might be something in there, Holly, that they don't want us to see. In Sebastian's case, I am so very surprised that they have not released that video that Katie swears up and down that he was taking the trash out. But, you know, that could really shake things up, you know. But again, it's not up to the police. And please don't contact this neighbor person that lives directly across, right? Because that's where the footage would have came from. Don't harass them or anything like that, but it's up to them. They can release it if they want to, right? We've seen that. I mean, with the other bits of footage that we've seen, it's been released. So, and I mean, who else would we, you know, want them to give it to besides Mob, because he's worked on the others, all the other footage, right? So give it to him because he's got the rest of, you know, the puzzle, so to speak. So, um, but yeah, that's all on the person deciding to give that, you know, that's their private surveillance footage. So, it's just, you know, so I can't really blame LE for not putting that out, but I wish we could see that video. I think Katie's a liar. You know, I really do. I think she's lying her butt off. And I think that she's absolutely 1000% lying about the trash, being taken out, and that you can see, Sebastian running back like Naruto and all of this stuff. And, it's my understanding that Chris and Katie also have the footage. So why they would go onto these panels and not, release any of that, not iWatch data, not the, um, audio of them getting back to the house, none of that stuff. I would find a trusted YouTuber. I would give it to maybe a news outlet, maybe even first before YouTube. But then again, YouTubers are really good at digging into stuff and researching and, authenticating stuff, fact checking, in my opinion, better than the news even is, the mainstream media. That's my opinion. Um, and I feel that way very strongly because of the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case and other cases as well. Even the Watts case. Holly, they could at least come out and say something, anything. I know. Yeah, the kids are they're tech savvy, humbo. Yeah, it's freezing. I know it's freezing. It's 15 degrees in upstate New York. Oh my goodness. Hey, MST. Woo, that's cold. Oh my gosh. I think you're the coldest so far. Hendersonville was 16 and you're ringing in at 15. Yeah, I know. It's never been that cold here. I mean, sometimes overnights in the winter, like it would be, like last year, we had some pretty cold and chilly nights, but yeah. Kids are brilliant, blessed. I mean, they come up with the cutest, darndest thing. What's that show? The kids say the darndest things. Are just so funny. When my kid was 15, he changed the channels at a sports bar restaurant we were at with his watch over 10 years ago. Oh my gosh, really? Oh my gosh, bless. That's awesome. That is so awesome. You know, they're just so good at figuring that stuff out, right? Um, yeah. Yeah. It's amazing, and we're sitting there, and it takes us, 30 minutes, and we're pissed off by the end by the end of it. We wanna throw the technology out the window, literally throw it out the window, and here they are, "Dee, dee, dee, let me get that for you," just like, like they're on a secret Mission Impossible, and they're doing it all on their watch. That's funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no mountains at all up there, right, Miss Ann? Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say I know it's pretty flat, like, Wisconsin and Illinois. So, um, oh yeah. I mean, like I said, it's only 48 here, or it's still 48 here. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so sweet, CC. She says, my son helped me so much in the last few days with computer things, files, downloads, etc. Yeah, and it is a lot to learn too, Um, well, and then always wanting to back the files up. There's nothing worse than losing files. Oh my gosh, back those files up onto a zip drive. Zip drives are the greatest because they're little and you can put them somewhere. And if somebody thinks they're being slick and they're trying to delete stuff that you need to keep secret and safe, Miss CC, yeah, zip drives, zip drives all the way. And if you need to, like DM me or something like that for purposes, let me know. Because I know I have paper copies and then I have digital copies. And then I have copies of those copies. No, I'm just kidding. That's what trauma will do. That's what happens when people don't believe you, and then you're like, well, next time I'm gonna document that crap, and I'm gonna have it. And yeah, but it's a good thing. It really is a good thing in the long run. Um oh yeah, Fitness. Yeah, exactly. Holly. So I can't that's such a great point. So Holly says, yes, I go to Planet Fitness and there's always people in the showers who live in their cars. Right? So like that is the best way for people to be able to still get a shower is to be a part of a gym, right? Because then they can go in there and whatever. I mean, it's not like nobody's watching to see if you're really working out or if you're just using the showers. So, yes, that is one resource that people use. In the Gabby Petito case, I remember when they brought Brian, the abuser, to the hotel for battered women, like the assholes that they were. Sorry, not sorry. Um, they told Gabby that she could go and pay to get a shower. So I don't know in the Grand Tetons because there's so much camping and stuff if you would just pay to use the shower or whatever, but I remember them telling her like, hey, sometimes it helps my wife because she isn't, because they were blaming her. She's got anxiety, so she takes a nice hot shower. They were kind of like handling her, in my opinion, even though I know that it's typically good to have those coping skills. I'm not saying it's not. And again, I'm very calm in the water. That calms me down too. So a hot bath is always nice, a hot shower, do some self-care. I know what they were getting at, but they were talking about her going um to pay for, a nice hot shower. So, but yeah, I mean, there's so many resources, and all of those people know those kinds of things, and they could really be helping Devlin and showing him how to do stuff. And with his, caring nature and things, maybe he's taking care of things for them, or maybe he's keeping an eye on their kid for them while they go to work or something for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that he could be doing that they would help him out, one hand washes the other type of a thing. I just can't get past it, you know? Oh yeah, Key West. Yeah. Oh, it's so pretty in the Keys, Bo. It really is. Hey, Witchy Mama, good to see you. Ah, thank you, Meow. I think Devlin endured many hardships uh and had to adapt. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So he probably could be someone that could be homeless. I think so too. I think he would, especially if he's scared, like especially if he's scared to go to court. You know what I'm saying? Like he could be really scared that he's going to be in big trouble, right? And he doesn't realize that, you know, because I know that he was worried about the fines and stuff. I think I remember people telling me that kind of across the board that he was worried about the fines, which I mean everybody that has to pay a court fine and stuff, that is stressful. It's stressful because you don't want to put good money toward bad. It's stressful when you don't have the money. Hello, little Miss Sharon. Sorry, I know I completely forgot to schedule the live, and then I looked over. I'm like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be on in 15 minutes, but I haven't even put it up yet. I'm so glad you got the notification or came over. So yeah. Well, you gotta have a boat. If you go to the Florida Keys, CC, I agree because you gotta have a boat or at least friends with a boat. You gotta make friends with someone who has a boat, preferably not someone who will throw you in the ocean. No, I'm just kidding. Um, but yeah, it's just like everywhere you go, you have to boat to get there, and then they have like water bars or I don't know what they're called. Um, but they're like little oases, and then you drive your boat up to them. That's like a little tiki bar. I mean, I would just love to do that sometime. Um, but I'm very easy to please. I could just go down to Fort Myers Beach and sit on the beach, right? And just have a ball. Um, he seemed more like the parent at the time, which is wild. Yeah, I think so too, Holly. Yeah, Devlin was keeping his cool. Hey, Magic Star, you're back. Good to see you. He was keeping his cool and trying really hard to keep his cool. I just think it would have just been so nice if he would have got an efficiency apartment. I don't know why they didn't work with him on that because that would have taken some stress off of, you know, um, his family, and that could have taught him a little bit, and then they could have come over and help him out every now and then. We all kind of know what it's like to go out on our own when we're young, and you know, your family might stop over and bring you some food, or you might go back to mom's and do your laundry. That's something that I did when I when I moved out when I was 18. I moved like 4 blocks away. So, um, I didn't go far, because I loved my mom and I wanted to be around her. Um, so, I mean, I love my dad too, but I just had a very close and special relationship with my mom. Snuggle struggles. Orb, good to see you. Orb, he's got some struggles, all right. One of them's not a snuggle. I think something might have happened to Mr. Craddock to make him so hateful. I don't know. But he seems to have made a decent come up. So, and I don't know. I still can't get a good read on Craddock. I have mixed feelings about him. Sometimes if I just look at him, if I just look at him, no, if I just look and I think, okay, well, he's clean cut. He's not old. Like, he's not like an old school guy where you're like, oh, he's just old and set in his ways. I mean, he's not a spring chicken by any means, but he's also educated. I think I'm just surprised by some of his actions, because just at first glance, you would think that he would be like a really good candidate for sheriff, right? He went to college, he served in the military. He not in that order, I guess. I'm sure he just enlisted when he was 18 and then college came with his GI Bill or something. Um, but he's still active reserves to the best of my knowledge. Um, he was a detective, he was a motorcycle cop. Like, he has tons of experience, right? And he's got the education. Like, it's not like he just like came off the street and they gave him a badge. Um, yeah, there's just something weird. And then, I've had this conversation many times with people, but we'd say, well, what would make him want to like put his neck on the line for, the feet? you know but we just don't know what kind of relationship existed or what have you. I think Eric Craddock has a big ego, and that is one of the reads that I got on him, and that's just my perception and my opinion. But I think he has a very big ego, and I don't think that he wants to admit that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And if I'm thinking about it in the way that he was very close to Sonny Weatherford, Sonny Weatherford's very liked, by the way. I've heard really nothing but good things about him. I just don't know. But I will say maybe he doesn't want to bash the old sheriff, right? And so he's not going to come out and straight up tell us, even if he really deep down inside felt like Sonny dropped the ball, or they all, we're not going to get them to admit that. Unfortunately, I wish we would. Or excuse me, I wish they would. Um, or I wish we could, apply pressure to get that to happen, but I just don't see it happening. Um, Again, I think there was unconscious bias. I don't think the proper steps were followed, you know? I hope they do too, Catherine. I think one of the things that really upset me, I love your avatar, by the way. I think one of the things that really upset me the most about when Seth went out the first time is that nobody did any type of act of kindness towards Seth. From there. Now, we did have a fire truck that went by and you're like, "Honk, honk," right? And I was like, "All right." But would have, I would have praised Sheriff Craddock to the moon and back if he had brought that man a water. I'm talking about Seth. If Sheriff Craddock would have went out there himself and brought him a bottle of water and said, "I understand why you're out here. I'm a dad too." Something like that would have went such a long way, and it would just be such a teeny tiny little thing, right? It would have been nice if Angela Craddock would have stopped over and bought the people that were sitting outside lunch. Sometimes we don't have to fight fire with fire. Sometimes we understand why someone would be upset with us. And it doesn't mean that we're admitting guilt or anything. It just means that as a human to human, we understand that that person's upset and we're going to try to make them feel a little bit better. But Sheriff Craddock is such a stubborn ass. And that's what pisses me off the most. It really does. It's like you're such a butt. Like you really can't bother yourself to do something nice for Seth. Would it kill you? No, it actually it wouldn't. You might get people that would actually stand up to you, or excuse me, stand up with you and say, "Look, Craddock is not that bad." Right? You may redeem yourself a little bit in the public perception. You might make Seth feel a little bit better about your position if you would have just done a little bit something that was just nice, that just showed that you care. And guys, I don't walk a mile in Craddock's shoes. I don't presume to. I don't know him, never met him. But he's a dad. And I know that if I saw a mother out there struggling like Seth was struggling, I would never leave them like that. It didn't matter if they told me that I was the biggest bitch on the planet and they hated my guts. Hey, Jenny. I would still do something kind for that person because I just couldn't not do it. And I think a lot of you guys are like that too, because you have the biggest hearts ever. But I just couldn't allow for a mom to sit out there begging for answers and not at least acknowledge them. I don't know. It's very disheartening. And I just wish he would have made a different choice. Um and I hope maybe he does this time. I hope maybe he's listening, or maybe he'll hear me out and maybe just, do something kind. That would be really nice. So, and not to me, to Seth, for Seth. My child's not missing, thank God. But Sebastian's been missing for too long. And, I don't know. I mean, we've all sent information into law enforcement. If you followed this case from the beginning and you haven't sent anything into law enforcement, I'm very surprised. Right? I think we've all at one time or another found something and said, "Oh shit, we need to get this over," right? And maybe it was a statement that Chris made, maybe it was something that Katie said, maybe it's something that they did, right? Maybe it was something they didn't do, right? Like act like they gave a flying F about Sebastian. But I'm sure we all sent stuff over. What are they doing? Why are they seemingly not following up? You know? So, because we have, dogs going out still to this day searching. We had the ground penetrating radar that was used not too long ago, right? What was it, the beginning of the week? Is it Friday tomorrow? Yeah. So, we have all of this going on, independent people going out and searching. God love them for it. And what is law enforcement doing? So again, I have to say, Mr. Craddock, Sheriff Craddock, Sebastian's not in your office. We need you to come out of your office, right? We need you to go and talk to the parents again, or send one of the younger guys to do it. And try to see if they can remember anything, right? I mean, you got Mr. Proudfoot squawking like a stool pigeon to YouTubers, right? You're just squawking away to nerdy addicts, squawking away to the Hatfield and McCoys. Katie refuses to talk to Sheila. I can't for the life of me figure that one out. Sheila would be the first one I'd want to talk to. She's sweet as can be, and she's compassionate and loving and caring. Why wouldn't she want to talk to her? Is she worried that Sheila's going to look at her like she looked at Jaden Spicer's mother? She afraid that she's going to see right through Katie's bullshit and lies? That's what I think. That's why I don't think that she would meet with her, because she knows, you know. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Star. Is this oh, I see. Yeah, I think this is the one. Is this the one Smiley showed the where he's yeah, that's where I got the picture up there. Yes, Detective Craddock. Yeah. Yeah, we might have to watch this on a throwback. Aw, thanks. Thank you, Star. That yeah. And guys, he just like I don't know, he doesn't look threatening at all in this interview. It's the weirdest thing to me. Like he just looks like a normal guy. I've also saw, a normal cop. I also saw him when they were talking about using that oh gosh, I forget what they call it, but they shoot the person, not like shoot them with a gun, but they shoot the person and it releases like something to capture them, right? Like a rope or something. I can't remember, but they were messing around with that new technology and he was showing and showing it to the news. And he seemed pretty normal in that too, logical, rational person, which is wild to me. I mean, it really is. And why would you sacrifice your beautiful family, for the stink feet? I can't wrap my mind around it. Um, so speaking of Jaden Spicer really quick, Jaden um has a new law that was drafted. This came out 9 hours ago. So, Jaden's Law was drafted. A Kentucky true crime author's push for stronger child abuse laws has promoted state lawmakers to begin drafting legislation following the death of 10-year-old Jaden Spicer of Breathitt County. That's Kentucky, right? His mother, Felicia Gross, that's her last name, Gross, but it fits, right? Thank God for that. And a special thank you and shout out to my friend that sent that to me. You know who you are. Um, I mean, I was like blown away. I was like, no way, you know? So let me pull this in. Let me go ahead and oh good, it's shareable. Okay. So let me pull it on my other one. See, I have my Facebook app on my other phone because it's a pain in the rear. It's a pain in the patoot. All right, hold on. Oh, well, shit fire. All right, hold on. Like that. When you have two phones, you forget to charge one. It's never good. I'm like, oh my God, 5% left, huh? All right, so let me go ahead and get this over and copy it and send it to myself. I am just so proud of, and I don't know which YouTuber this is, or maybe we'll find out when we watch the clip. Um, and we'll shout out this lovely creator. Guys, that's what we can be doing. You know what I mean? That's what we need to be doing, all of us together for, with each other and making shit happen. I don't know how to say it any better. I'm a little tired tonight. But I'm just always so proud of that. Like, cause I know everybody's like them pesky YouTubers, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're inserting themselves. But sometimes we can do really, really good things, Look at the way Crystal McCrory Jones fights for her sister, guys. Every time I go on TikTok, I'm reposting something, right? Because Jana is relentless and she's not going to stop. She's never going to stop. She will never forget her beautiful sister. We've been expected to buy trash. Oh, gosh, right? Yeah, and if we don't, we're in big trouble. So, literally, it feels more like take our lives or go away. And then, hey, help us find the missing and endangered child. Right. I know. And Magic Star, they just lied to us, right? Like they wanted us to believe that what we were seeing with our own two eyes isn't what we were really seeing, and that's across the board. Um, oh, welcome, new dragon. Oh, yay, peaceful. Yay. Aw, welcome to the dragon tribe. Oh, make sure you say thank you to little Miss Sharon. Little Miss Sharon, you're so awesome. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yay. Welcome to the dragon tribe. That's wonderful. Witchy Mama says, remember how excited we were in the 80s to have calculators on our watch? Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. I remember when they came out with those. Oh my gosh, what was it called? It was like a little Casio thing, and we could text people on it. Like, oh my gosh, that was the coolest thing ever. And, I had to have a pager. I don't know why. It's not like, I mean, what the hell? What are you going to do on that? But you kind of learn to like spell stuff out on there, even like hey, hello or whatever, you turn it upside down. Um, Gosh, so archaic, right? Oh, and if we gave that to our kids nowadays, they'd be like, "What do you want me to do with this thing? It beeps at me, what?" Oh yeah, you go over to that payphone over there. You make a collect call. A what? You know? What's a payphone? How do you dial? There's no touchpad. That's so funny. Hey, Brenda Calvert, good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, a floating taco restaurant in St. John? Oh my goodness. Have to take a dinghy to get quit playing with your dinghy. No, I'm just kidding. Every time I hear that, I think of Tommy Boy. That's funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's me. I'll take like a kayak out there. Just gotta get a taco. That's funny. I'll tell you, there's this gas station around here, and please don't make fun of me, but if you do, I don't care. But no, it legitimately has the best tacos ever. Like they're so good. Right when you walk in there too, you're like, oh yes, you know? And the ladies are really, really kind and nice. And so I don't think they wanted him on his own. Devlin did the chores and paid rent and went to work with her. Yeah, I mean, I just can see him doing well if he got into a good groove of things. I really think he would have done well that way. It would have built his confidence up a little bit. And then, like, say he got us, like, say he had a disagreement with, like, Sabrina or Tammy or anybody. Like, it could have passed. He could have had his own little spot, and then, a couple days later, he'll be calling them again, and that's another thing about Devlin that really bugs me is that I know he loved his family, and he would have reached out to them, even if he was upset, right? Like, even if he was upset for a couple days or a week or whatever, a month, but I don't even think he can make it a month. He just really, you know, was involved with other people. That's what's really scary to me. So he would, in my opinion, it's more like he would have to be in an environment where he had people too, right? Because he's just a people person. If he was more introverted, I would be like, yeah, he could probably, fare by himself. Not saying that he can't fare by himself, either. So, but yeah, if he had like a little spot, then he could still walk up to Bob's, or you know what I mean? Like he could still take a walk by Bob's, take a walk, you go to the church, right? He would like to go to the church, and he would like to sit up there, and he would like to talk to Bill Tait, right? Because Bill Tait passed away in 2023 from cancer. And he would have went up there and talked with Bill. That was something special that he liked to do, and that would have been nice for him. That would have been cathartic for him to be able to do that, and kind of live his little independent life. And he's a little ladies man. He had a lot of little girlfriends out there, guys. One I can't even friggin' track her down. I'm like, who is the girlfriend? Tell me, not being nosy, right? But just wonder who that girl was that he was supposed to meet on Easter Sunday, you know? Yes, our Lady Freedom, Florida's East Coast is nice to visit. Oh, I think I would love it because I like, I've never been on like in the Atlantic side, Yeah, yeah, I would love to go over there. There's a lot of really pretty spots. Yeah, because I still haven't even traveled around Florida yet, so I'm gonna need to do that. He is cocky. He's very cocky, Cece. He's crocky. Mm. I think Craddock went to the same college as my oldest son. He went to Northwestern University. He went to the same college as my cousin. Really good university. In Chicago. Doesn't his wife come from money or has money? Perhaps she runs in the mama sock circles. She's a nurse. She's a shit. Why can I never remember what she does? She's in the medical field and she does make she makes good money, I'm sure. I don't know I've never looked at her pay stubs or anything. So um and plus I was always taught growing up, don't ask people how much they make. But I don't know. But I know she's she's also educated and worked hard to get her to get the money that she has, in my opinion, because anybody that works in the nursing field, um but I don't know if her family has properties and stuff like that, which I think is a legitimate question, and I think that's the only reason we would be asking about financials, right, is because we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So that's a really good question, but I'm not sure. um I just know that she was very vocal when her husband was running for office. But I mean, you're gonna stick up for your husband, right? But I also think that it's good to take accountability for things. Um, so I wish there was more of that. But then again, sometimes if you admit guilt, people respect that and they can move on. Um, Kind of like we were talking about earlier, like I can respect that. If somebody's like, "Hey, I made a bad decision, like I shouldn't have done that." I'm going to respect the hell out of that. But if somebody tries to cover stuff up and act like it never happened, that's where I have an issue. I'm thinking, "Nah, we all need to be held accountable for shit." You know what I mean? And if you did something and you said something like that, like with the snuggle struggle comment, just say you're sorry. I mean, again, that would go such a long way. I would have been like, all right, guys, he did say he was sorry. You guys know me. I'm kind of a softie in that way. I'd be like, all right, well, he did apologize, and I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's so hard when they cover it up and they act like, oh, well, we're better than you. And we don't have to be accountable. It's like, well, I mean, but you kind of do when you're in the public eye, even though we don't like to have to be in that space. So, um, the fake kitchen, Holly. I saw this one and I'm like, oh, uh-oh. We need to bring this in. We really need to bring this in. Let me pull this up, guys, well, because I know I'll just get too much. I'll be talking too much and um, I'll forget to pull this in about Jaden because I just think this is great. So let's go ahead and I'm going to pull in my email. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you for the Venmo. I just saw that on my. Oh, see, I wasn't logged into my other account, but I don't know. My computer's doing something weird, just logging me in random places. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How sweet. Really appreciate you for doing that. Aw, goodness sakes. All right, hold on one second. You guys are the very, very best. Okay, so let me see here. If Is it just going to bring me to, is it a reel? Okay, it's a reel. All right, hold on. Oh, there's Jaden. He's just such a cutie, guys. Oh my gosh, my heart breaks for Jaden. Thank God that we have people that care to do this. I really, really love the true crime community for that. All right, so this is Jaden. Kentucky lawmakers begin drafting Jaden's law after 10-year-old's death. Jaden's law, drafted a Kentucky true crime author's push for stronger child abuse laws, has prompted the state lawmakers to begin drafting legislation. Following the death of 10-year-old Jaden Spicer of Breathitt County. And guys, big shout out to Kentucky. Big shout out to Breathitt County, right? Because they came together and they gave this child a proper burial that his own mother couldn't be bothered with. I mean, that one's right where she belongs. Let me tell you what. Miss Hamburglar over there. Do I have the Hamburglar up still? I can't remember. Oh, here's the one. There's Miss Felicia. Bye, Felicia. You're never gonna get another friggin' McDonald's meal. I hope nobody ever gives you one. You don't deserve it. Oh, I love Grady Judd. Wait, what? Good to see you. Oh my goodness. I just love Grady. He is amazing. Hey, Liberty. Just fantastic. Just freaking fantastic. He is hardcore. I wish that he would do like master classes for law enforcement officers. He'd be perfect at it. So this is Joshua Gross and Felicia Gross, and they were given custody of Jaden by the two aunts, right? The two in the middle. So we got orange jumpsuit Felicia, that was from a previous charge. Then we have Joshua Gross in the baseball cap with his shirt off. Gross. And then we have the two aunts, right, that were responsible for Jaden. His grandmother is wearing the red shirt and she's got the glasses and the smile, right? Jaden lived with his grandmother. And she took very good care of him. And then she passed away. And Jaden also had siblings, sisters, that were all then given over to the aunt. And in the Kentucky t-shirt, that's the one closest to his grandma in the red. And she said that Jaden was too much to handle. And so instead of calling CPS or getting the help and the resources that she needed, that Jaden needed, she decided to have Jaden go live with his mother, Felicia, in the orange jumpsuit, and the stepfather, Joshua Gross, and their little boys. I believe there was 3 of them. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I've told Jaden's story. Nevertheless, he went to live with them, and he was killed by them. He was put into a tote, and he was placed in a shallow grave near his grandmother's home. They reported Jaden Spicer missing, right? Like, oh, he went to bed at 9:00 and woke him up for school and he wasn't there. You know, same exact story that Katie tried to push. But people weren't buying it. And even the townspeople were pissed off at Felicia Gross because she was going down to the McDonald's while everybody was out searching in the blistering heat and in the hollers of Kentucky looking for this beautiful young man. She was too busy getting herself a cheeseburger and French fries, right? So they were giving her hell. The community was, and thank God for it. That community in Breathitt County does not play. They were not pleased with her. And they shouldn't have been. It should have been all about that little boy. And it really was. So Fred and Sheila McCoy from Hatfield McCoy Adventures went to check out the scene, right? They were peeping the scene, they were going to search. They spoke with Joshua and Felicia Gross, and Sheila said that she could tell that Felicia was guilty. She said that she could tell that Felicia was not wanting to look her in the eye. And as mother to mother, there was something vastly off with Felicia. And the last thing that Sheila told Felicia, and I can't directly quote it, but it was like, "We're gonna find that boy." And she looked dead at her, right? Like, "We're gonna find him," right? Not like, "Oh, we're gonna find him, I promise, we're gonna help." No, nope. And in my opinion, that was what really that was the catalyst for Felicia to come clean to law enforcement, because shortly after that, she was singing like a canary. Thank God. Thank God for people that will go the extra mile. All right, guys. So this is Jaden. And definitely I'm gonna have to make a playlist of for Jaden. But I have videos. We covered his story. So all right, here we go, guys. I think we can play this out.
The close little guy, because I looked for him so hard.
This story needed to be told, and I think I was chosen for whatever reason by whatever deities you might want to believe in.
Neither one of these guys knew Jaden Spicer, but they feel compelled to make sure the 10-year-old's name lives on forever through Jaden's law.
And then again, it may actually save some lives, and that's ultimately our goal.
Back in August, Jaden's mom confessed to giving him sleeping medication, which she believes made him die from a medical emergency. The arrest citation says he was found buried in a plastic tote.
Why would somebody do this? How did it slip through?
We have to stand up for our kids. Otherwise, if we don't, in some of these situations like Jaden, nobody's going to stand up for them.
Right. Oh my gosh. So very, very true. His own mother, look at her. Did you guys see her? Did you see Miss I came in like a wrecking ball? Yeah. She's a real jerk. You know, she didn't give a fuck. I'm sorry. That just pissed me off. Let me see if we can play it again. Good Lord, help us.
I've always felt
walks in there all nonchalant.
Close little guy, because I looked for him so hard.
This story needed to be told, and I think I was chosen for whatever reason by whatever deities you might want to believe in.
Neither one of these guys knew Jaden Spicer, but they feel compelled to make sure the 10-year-old's name lives on forever through Jaden's law.
And then again, it may actually save some lives, and that's ultimately our goal.
Back in August, Jaden's mom confessed to giving him sleeping medication, which she believes made him die from a medical emergency. The arrest citation says he was found buried in a plastic tote.
Why would somebody do this? How did it slip through?
We have to stand up for our kids. Otherwise, if we don't, in some of these situations like Jaden, nobody's going to stand up for them.
No one's going to know about them, you know, guys. Nobody's going to know about them.
I've always felt the close little guy, because I looked for him so.
You know, they're going to try to hide what they've done. Oh my goodness. You know? Yeah, Jaden's case was last August. Yes, Fave Auntie. I know. I think she's a demon from hell, like from the depths of hell. Come here to destroy things, you know. Good morning, Mama. Thanks for being here. Hey, Indigo. I know, I need to find Chuchi. Where's Chuchi? Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to be like, wait, where you at, Chuchi? I'll have to text her. No, and she might be sleeping tonight, guys. She needs a break sometimes too. We have the best mods over here. They work so hard, and I've been going hard lately. two lives in a night and everything. You know, I'm just trying to work really hard to get, you know, enough going to get to Tennessee too. So, but yeah, and if you guys ever can't make it, don't feel bad. Do not feel bad at all. Yeah, they did, Liberty, but she's acting like she didn't. Oh, I think I gave him too much. You know, no, that's bullshit. First of all, you're his mother. You've given him medication how many times? You have how many other children, Felicia? No. If you give them even a little bit over the dosage, you should realize that that could overdose that baby, that young man, that child. Look at him, guys. He's so thin. Look at the bags underneath his eyes. I swear I would love to get a hold of somebody that's done that to him. You know? Beautiful child, did not deserve that. Mourning the loss of his grandma who raised him, who took care of him. That was his comfort, that was his security. And then he had to go live with that monster? Yeah, she is a GD liar. She is a GD liar. You know, Liberty, and it just chaps my ass. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. I think she did it purposely too. I think it was premeditated like a mug. I hope those prosecutors eat her ass up. You know? It's just so sad, guys. And then everybody got together and they got him a casket, a Spider-Man casket. So we're gonna keep on. I'm gonna try to see if I can find some news clips because I'd really like to see what happens in this trial. I know, Liberty. I'm right there with you, hon. I am right there with you. It makes me so angry. And, you know, you could see that child diminishing in her care, you know, because when he was with grandma, he looked really healthy. I mean, we did all these videos. Yeah, there's just no excuse. I know, little Miss Sharon. And you know what's so scary is that some people would systematically do that because um it would, oh God, I hate to say it, because it would make it easier for them to move the person, you know? It would be easier to fit them into a tote. Heaven forbid. My gosh. All right. So I want to show you all. Give me 1 second here. This video. Ooh, I need to go watch Jen's spiritual awakening videos. She's been putting those out and I need to go over and check them out. Let's see. Oh, okay. I shared this. Hold on, let's see. I shared this. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm like, I know I shared it. Let me see. All right. So this is new court documents. And I know Justin has been on Jack and Lily's case really hard. So you guys might have seen this. But bear with me, because there are some new court documents and I'd like to go over this with you guys. I know I haven't been as relentless with this case as Justin, but definitely go over to Clutch Them Pearls and check out his coverage. He has really done above and beyond, you know, to cover this story. Excuse me. So 16 hours ago, this was newly released court documents in the case of missing children Lily and Jack Sullivan provide a closer look at the relationship between their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, and stepfather, Daniel Martell. Right. And Mr. Martell is well known, right? Because he doesn't know how to shut the hell up. He's not very smart. But he thinks he's smarter than everybody else, and he's highly manipulative. He tries to charm the pants off of everybody. Um, he's one of those. He's not vile and hateful like Mr. Proudfoot. He's the opposite. He's the one that's going to try to be nice to you, right? And get you to believe him that way because he's a little bit smarter than Proudfoot. Proudfoot demands that you listen to him. Daniel will come up and, you know, he's a little bit more quiet and shy about his, you know, lying. But nevertheless, I believe that there is a very dark side to Daniel Martell. I think that when the mask slips it's not good at all, you know? So good night, Magic Star. I hope that everything goes well for you, hon. Thank you so much for being here. Really cocky. He's super cocky too, right, Holly? He's like oh gosh. I'm trying to think of a good, and I'll think of it. But like he just reminds me of the ones that are like you just don't see it coming until like you're behind closed doors, right? Because like in pub, well, maybe like Chris Watts ish, vibes, right? But just somebody that would like be so kind and loving in public and show everybody that he's just the best guy ever. And then behind closed doors, he's grabbing your arm and he's beating on you and he's telling you you're nothing. And yeah, Scott Peterson, OJ. There you go. Witchy. I don't know why, but I had like a major brain fart just then. I'm like, any of these creeps. But like some of them are outward. Like I've never seen anybody so outward, really, like Chris Proudfoot. Um, you know, uh these are the quieter types, right? These are the ones that are like super, super creepy. But, Proudfoot, he doesn't give a crap who knows it, right? He'll show his ass 10 ways to Sunday and he doesn't care. I don't know what's scarier. I mean, both are equally dangerous, but it's like, I think it's a little bit scarier, those people that are so well at hiding it, you know? Yeah, witchy, 100%. Yeah, covert narcissism. Yes, Liberty, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Their games are inexcusable. It's just awful. Coffee Crime and Cats. I'm glad the RCMP is on it, you know? I'm so glad they're on it. They are dangerous. They are. Malignant narcissists are really bad, but those covert narcs, because you can't tell like right away, and you just think, oh, the love bombing. It's just like, oh, they're just the sweetest guy ever. It's really scary. You know, I believe CP's malignant for sure. Dark hashtag dark triad. No dark triad in here. no, no dark triad in here. Um, you know, thank you, Bo. That's right. You got this, Magic Star. Guys, Star is a strong, strong lady. I'll tell you what. Which he says CP had to keep his mouth shut because Mama Socks cleans up after him, much like Daniel. Oh my gosh, Janie, Janie is so hilarious to me. Like, I can't even take her seriously. I'm like, Janie, do you want to, put a bra on for this interview? I can see that you bought a new shirt. Can we be bothered to put a bra? I'm sorry. But like she just comes out, boobs flying everywhere. No, I'm just kidding. But it's funny, but it's not funny. But like she's a lunatic. Janie is a lunatic. Bo Bo says junkyard Janie. My lord. She is. She's a freaking straight ass lunatic. And for Daniel to allow for his mother to live like that, like he just duct tape stuff and calls it good. I'm like, come on, Daniel, get your shit together. Go over there and help your mother, please. But Janie doesn't give a fuck, man. She is out of this world. Oh, Barry Morphew. Yes, Liberty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and Barry, and they're always kind of nice looking. You know what I mean? Like Scott Peterson, if I just saw a picture of him, I'd be like, oh, he's, objectively handsome. Yeah, sure. Like he's not like, he's not ugly or whatever, but then he starts talking and you see his personality and you just get this vibe, right? You're like, ooh, he's creepy, you know? Like when you just see him and Lacey together, you're like, oh, what a cute couple. Like, she's pretty, he's handsome, they're cute. They're gonna have a cute little kid or whatever. But then you're like, oh, oh my God. He talks and I'm like, oh my God, he is a serial killer, Um Right? Well, and see, that's the thing, and she might have an issue with she, so that's why I shouldn't tease her, right? Because she may have an issue. No, if I was to not wear a bra, like, you guys would be like, "Lady Freedom, get your get your shit together, woman. What's wrong with you? Calm down, you know? But I'm here to tell you, if the news was coming to my house, you guys, I'd be wearing a bra because just some of us can't get away with that, you know? Um, yeah, it's been like that since like 7th grade, man. All right, here we go.
Newly released court documents in the case of missing children Lily and Jack Sullivan provide a closer look at the relationship between their mother and stepfather. The latest details come from lifted redactions CBC and other media outlets have been fighting for in the case. The documents include an affidavit filed by RCMP that explains the investigation to date.
Malaya Brooks Murray and her boyfriend Daniel Martel were together for about 3 years before Jack and Lily disappeared on May 2nd. All of them lived in the Lansdowne trailer where the children were last seen. According to the documents, Martel told police they'd been fighting about money. His mother also referenced financial difficulties. The new records disclosed that in an RCMP interview, Brooks Murray said Martel would try to block her, hold her down, and once he pushed her. She said he would also take her phone from her when she tried to call her mom, which would sometimes be physical and hurt. Martel provides a different account. He told police their relationship was good and they had ups and downs like any other couple. He said they would yell at each other when they were fighting, but there was no physical violence in their relationship. RCMP Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon confirmed the nature of their relationship at the time of the children's disappearance is part of the investigation.
Are any of the children's family members considered suspects in this case?
I wouldn't say anybody's a suspect. Again, we continue to gather information and whatever evidence that we are able to follow.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry if you guys didn't hear some of that because I was reacting. So that sounds really familiar, doesn't it? You know, just because they don't have enough evidence yet and nobody's been arrested doesn't mean they're not hot on their trail. And look, everybody I don't know exactly. I don't know if Andrea's in here or any of our friends from Canada. If you guys are in here, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I do not know Canadian law. I just don't. And I don't want to presume to know it, but I'm going to say that, you know, I think they are the same as us when it's guilty, innocent until proven guilty, right? So they can't just come out and especially as, you know, being the RCMP, like being the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is who they are. The police aren't going to come out and just be like, yeah, they're guilty, right? Because they can't do that, not so fast, right? People deserve a trial. And so very just so interesting that he says this, right? And we might even watch this again because it's only 2 minutes.
And we'll make our decisions based on that, but we are not in a position to really comment on suspects or anything like that at this time.
The case is still being investigated under the Missing Persons Act and has not moved to a criminal investigation. But in new submissions, the Crown noted that while there is current...
Oh my gosh, hold on, guys. Did you see that? They showed Lily's little backpack. I don't know that I've actually ever seen a picture of what that would look like, because that's supposedly the backpack that was taken with Lily when she left. Like, she had her little pink boots on, she had the she had the backpack with the strawberries on it, because I remember that I was at Walmart and I was covering bits of this case and I picked out nails that had little pink strawberries on them for Lily. I remember doing that at Walmart. I just buy my nails from Walmart and put them on. But yeah, and they were little pink ones just like this. So I guess this is a good indication of what we would be looking for if anybody's up in, Canada and you spot something, a little bag like this, a little backpack with strawberries. Oh gosh, that just really gets me.
But in new submissions, the Crown noted that while there is currently no reasonable grounds to believe a crime has taken place, it could become criminal.
When they state that there are no reasonable grounds for a criminal offense, what that really says to me is that there's currently not enough evidence to make an arrest for a crime, but a crime is not obviously being ruled out. It's a very important linguistic distinction.
The documents also say RCMP are using technology-based investigative techniques which may provide information to support criminality and help find Lily and Jack. Angela McIver, CBC News, Halifax.
Okay, guys, I hope they find them. They're so cute and little and adorable. Look at Lily's
Appeared
smile.
on May
She has the
2nd.
best smile, doesn't she? Look at that little face. One thing I want to point out before we listen again, right here, I was always wondering about that. Um, as soon as I looked at this picture, I noticed that, and I think it's because of Sebastian Rogers' case. I've noticed to look out for things like that, right, in pictures, right, like random school pictures, because abusers don't think about that shit. They'll abuse you, and then after the fact, you're sitting in a school picture and you got a mark on your face. Um, it looks like it's possibly a cigarette burn, in my opinion. And hearing what the excuse me, I'll back up. Hearing what Malaya said was going on, and then hearing what Daniel said was going on is vastly different. So it sounds like Daniel's trying to cover something up. Now, people can say, hey, Lady Freedom, what if Malaya's trying to make Daniel take the fall and she's blaming him, all of a sudden claiming abuse? Why didn't she get away from him? I'll tell you why, because rarely is it easy to just get away from these people. And she also, from an abuser, it happens. Men are abusers, women are abusers. We're all human. So I'm not saying that it's only men, but she just had a baby too, right? So again, she may not have been in the position, especially financially, to just get up and leave him, even if she wanted to, even if she knew she had to. She wasn't in the position. Brenda Calvert says, why won't they just say they're a suspect? Well, they don't want to tip them off. And, I think also SI officer said, good to see you, SI officer. Hey, Sam, good to see you. New Doc State, Malaya. I just got that. That's too funny. Malaya. Instead of Malaya, changed 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. She put the kids to bed. Oh no, really? She'd been changing all of her stuff, like from the very beginning, offering up information that we don't even ask for. I mean, that's always a huge red flag. Malaya. I love that. That is too funny, Sam. Oh my goodness. Um, that is too funny. Hey, Indigo, we're watching about Jack and Lily Sullivan. So Jack and Lily Sullivan and the RCMP. Jack and Lily Sullivan's parents who were in the house were their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, and their stepfather, Daniel Martell. And then they had a child in common together, a little baby girl. She's really cute, by the way. I don't want to show her though. I know people have already showed her, but I think I might have. I don't remember if I put a heart over her. Usually I'll do that or crop out, but I think it was circulating anyway. And some people don't even mind, if they show pictures of their kiddos, some of them don't like it at all. You just never know. Good to see you, SI officer. You were saying make them feel comfortable, or let them feel comfortable. They do seek out people with the low self-esteem. They do, Liberty. They do. That's why a lot of times when, you come from an abusive household, you end up with somebody who's abusive because they can like sniff you out. They're like, "Oh, you're pliable." You know. So yeah, and I mean, and it's not saying anything bad when we say that. I mean, it's just the way it is, right? And I'm not trying to blame anybody. And the most empowering, awesome thing that can happen to you when you realize that all the stuff that they're telling you isn't true. You are good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people do like you, right? But no, I mean, really, it comes down to that. There's always going to be another man out there that's going to think you're attractive, but they're going to tell you that no one else is ever going to love you like I do, and all kinds of nasty shit. And again, that comes from their lack of self-esteem also. When somebody says that about you, or somebody says something like that to you, it's basically like, I'm rubber, you're glue, right? Whatever you say to me sticks to you, because guess what? That's that's a reflection of them, not you. It really is. It's a direct reflection of how they feel about themselves. They're projecting it onto you. Always remember that if anybody ever tries to tell you that nasty crap. Of course, he said that didn't he also say she wrote him a note in lipstick on the bathroom mirror when she left everything behind, rolling my eyes so hard that I could see into overseas with you, mama. Yes, I believe that's the truth. I believe that's the truth. I heard that anyway. Like Daniel's come out on podcasts and everything. He like sits there like he's some kind of like GQ model or something like that. Like I'm like, what's with this guy? Like he's very unusual. Daniel Martell is very unusual to me. And one thing about people that are super manipulative, when I can sense that, I almost don't even want to talk to them because I don't want to be sucked into their bullshit, and I really do I go gray rock really quick. And, sometimes I'm wrong about my, feeling, right? I'm not going to say I'm always spot on, but when my spidey senses start tingling, I'm like, uh-oh, rut-row, you know, rut-row Shaggy, something's up. Sometimes tactics not to scare them off. Yeah. Yeah, and you want them to keep talking, right? You kinda wanna keep that communication open. Um, because yeah, it's amazing what people will say too when you separate people. So, like, in, this case, we're seeing what Malaya is telling police and what Daniel's telling police. And I kinda wanna go over that because there's a lot in this 2-minute video, so I'm gonna rewind it and we'll talk about it. So, aw, thanks for being here, Animal Mother. Good to see you. Police in the US can name suspects and or clear people publicly. Oh, okay, right. Right. Yeah, they can. They can do that. They can. And they will, like in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, right? Because everybody realized that that was not anything malicious. The parents did not have anything to do with that, and they did eventually come out and say, "Hey, we're going to go ahead and clear the parents. We already have," but that's when they have another suspect in mind too, I think. And as we know from that probable cause affidavit, they knew, the Fruitland police knew very, very well who was responsible. Um, they had a lot of evidence, like not just even circumstantial shit. I mean, like hard evidence. But they have to have enough, right, to convict. They have to convince a jury without a reasonable doubt. And another thing that I just, with these cases, like in this situation, we have two parents, right? And it's the same in Sebastian's situation too. We have two parents who are essentially and have been going back and forth, right, against each other, but not really. Like Daniel has stayed more like, oh no, everything was perfect, right? But I think maybe he's doing that, to save his own behind. And then Malaya, she's kind of blaming stuff on Daniel, right? And she's reclusive and she's done her own weird stuff. So we know that they're probably both involved, but they're kind of, doing their own thing. And they have been, and they broke up like in the beginning, right? I mean, well, very close, very early on, after the two children, Jack and Lily Sullivan, went missing. And Malaya took the baby and everything. Now, I know that there were lie detector tests given and all of that stuff, so there's been a lot that has happened so far in this case. Um, but I think people were already side-eyeing and realizing that there was more to the story. In Sebastian Rogers' case, we have the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, who are well aware of the public pressure and everything and the division and all the crap that's gone on, I think. If they're oblivious, then I don't even know what to say. Then they need to do something. They need to do better, right? Okay, so, but I'm sure they know and they're well aware. They're not just going to come out and clear anybody. Like, I think that's why they haven't cleared Seth. I think they know damn well that Seth didn't do anything. I think that they just can't clear him, or, let on to Chris and Katie that, or the public, right? Um, if they were to come out and clear Seth and not Chris and Katie, could you imagine the backlash? I mean, it would almost be dangerous for Seth, because we're dealing with people who are completely unhinged and they're almost like they're like part of Hitler's army, in my opinion. It's the same mentality, in my opinion. And some people be like, oh, well, you're being over dramatic. I'm really not, though, because I've dealt with these people, so I know exactly how and who they are, right? I've dealt with them. And if they were to do that, I think it would hurt Seth's position. And I feel very strongly about that. Now, are there forces that are very much in law enforcement and very much don't want Sebastian to be found? I believe that. I do. I do believe that, because I think there's a level of corruption that has been uncovered. I think there's a level of corruption that has been exposed. And for us to deny that would be silly. Hey, Scranton, good to see you. So, it is what it is. And it should never be that way. Like that guy earlier said about Jaden's case. If we don't stick up for the kids, no one will. And again, just like in Summer Wells's case, Jack and Lily don't have a Seth. Now, they do have their biological father's mother. Melinda, in my opinion, has been just a wonderful person who doesn't have anything to do with it, just wants the kids to be found. She doesn't give a rat's ass what we say. She wants more people to talk about her grandbabies. And who wouldn't? Look at them. Look at little Jack. He's so cute. Look at their little matching outfits. Like they're just adorable. Right? Somebody woke up in the morning and did Lily's hair and put her in a clean outfit and made sure that she was clean for her pictures. And somebody did Jack's hair and made sure that his outfit was color coordinated. Right? Who did that? You think Mr. Martell did that? I bet not. You ever tried to get a guy to dress the kids for school? It's hilarious, right? Here, go flat iron and curl Lily's hair for her school pictures. Oh my God. No offense to any of you dads out there, but I highly doubt Mr. Martell was doing the kids' hair for school pictures. Oh yeah. Oh, he catches his ass up all the time, Sam. Daniel says, obviously I know the truth. I didn't kill Jack. Omitting Lily's name. Alarms. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8 alarms. Yep. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. We are all hardwired to tell the truth, guys. We're all hardwired to tell the truth. So there's certain things that we all do as human beings that when we're lying, it shows, right? Like a lot of us will smile, a lot of us will laugh, right? That's why I say a lot of us, I do that, right? Like I can't say it with a straight face. But then you have other people who will try to be so damn serious, right? And they'll lie and they'll stick their tongue out. Or they will bite their lips or purse their lips together. Those are certain little nuances and little things to look for when we're reading body language, somebody that's lying, right? Is it always? No. Maybe they had a friggin' twitch, right? Maybe their eyeball was twitching uncontrollably at that moment, coincidentally. Typically, it's going to be across the board. It's just like when Chris Proudfoot said he can't wait for Sebastian to come back home, but he stuck his tongue out. Right? Or you bite your lip. I'll have to get a list of those. We'll have to go over them. But yeah, what I'm trying to get at is that our brains are hardwired to tell the truth. So, I think you bought a membership last night, Animal, didn't you? Oh, thanks, Animal. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I thought you did buy a membership last night. Didn't I thank you or welcome you to the Dragon Tribe last night? We had a little issue in chat. So Sam says Lady Freedom Daniel told his recent ex-girlfriend he wanted to blank her while she was sleeping. No. I can see why she's an ex-girlfriend. That's a smart one. That's great that the mask fell early on that one, right? I bet you she's real happy. Whoa, that's some nasty. That's nasty. That's freaking weird. Oh my God, I'd wake up swinging. Like somebody would be really sorry they tried that shit with me. That makes me sick. Good Lord, I never knew that, Sam. Oh my. We're was that on Justin? Sorry, I'm just like, oh, that's so unbelievable. Like, did she come out or like was it a text or I'm just curious and I'm all about the receipts. I'm like, where can I find that? I mean, really, that says a lot. And then here he is going, oh, our relationship was great. And Malaya's like, yeah, he used to like friggin' hold me down and like take my phone. Guys, when people take your phone, that's abuse. When they take your car keys, that's abuse. When they block you from leaving, that's abuse. It's there's different levels and variations of it, but a person exerting control over another person is not healthy. It's just not okay. And especially if they're using brute force. Like, I just love to punch Daniel out for that. That's disgusting. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yikes. There's no way they're obvious. Um, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I said that wrong. Sorry, SI officer. There's no way they're oblivious. However, in my opinion, certain people have close ties and are being manipulated because of their own benefits in the past, in my opinion. See, that's really well said, SI officer. And that's what I was trying to say earlier too, is that there may be some sort of a connection somewhere. It's like my daddy knew your daddy or something like that. Like, I'm not saying that's the exact thing, but I'm just saying, or it's the good old boy society. Look the other way. It's who you know and who right? And that's how it goes, right? And people will really stick together, especially if somebody has dirt on you. You're not going to be quick to tell on them, are you? They could be being threatened. And also, Holly S has brought this up a lot, and I think about it too. They could have convinced people that Sebastian deserved to be disappeared, in my opinion. I mean, look at the way that people act on the YouTube streets even. I mean, it's all human nature. I swear somebody's looking in on us and like a petri dish, like, oh, what are they going to do today? You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot to say about, the way society is and the way that they will turn the other cheek, even when these children are being abused and they know it, right? But they don't want to get, their friend in trouble. So we'll let the children suffer. right? They'll be fine. I was beat when I was younger too. I made it. Look, I turned out all right. You know, somebody took my innocence when I was little. I'm fine. You know, people become numb, right? They just do. And it's sad. But the consequences of ignoring evil are greater than the consequences of telling the truth and exposing it and, you know, getting those people at least into the system so we know who they are, you know, or what have you. No, it's not. It's not gaining anything. Exactly. Hey, Faye, good morning. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I think Daniel knows what's up for sure. I do. I do. Yeah. I know those two little babies, and they're so cute. And somebody was taking good care of them. Remember, Sam, when Melinda said that? I'm sorry. I shouldn't call her Melinda. It's Belinda. I'm sorry. When she said that, you know, the kids used to be taken care of. Malaya used to take care of herself in the house, and she was surprised at how bad things got with Daniel. I mean, you know, that's her ex mother-in-law talking. You know, and she seems to be truthful and fair. You know, Janie's the one that's all defensive and, oh, come on, Jackie, you know, like, oh my gosh, you know, and then she's like, they can't hear the door, and then the lady's like pulling the door open, and it's like crunching across, like you can hear it, and then it suction cups shut. It's like, really? Oh yeah, yeah, they didn't hear that in a friggin' trailer where the window or where the walls are thin as can be. Come on. They heard everything, you know? Um, yeah, that was prior to Daniel and their life, and their life, exactly. Yeah, they used to be she used to be a good mama, you know? Wanting to make these kids, you know, um, just take care of them. You know, it's just normal. You don't get accolades for taking good care of your kids. You just take good care of them. You make sure they look cute for picture day, you know, you do things because you love them. You know, it's like you don't even think about it. Some parents are like, "Well, you know," I'm like, "No, you don't get a medal. None of us do. We don't get a trophy, nothing." You know, just that we gave the kids the tools to make it in the world is our trophy. Yes, oftentimes, in my opinion of what I think, they say everything happens for a reason, and I try to understand why. This evil situation is bringing all the evil into light, in my opinion, in so many words. I mean, it really is SI officer, and the thing is, we can't ignore it. You know, they've been mocking, you know, virtuous, good people for a long time. They really have been. And that bothers me. You know, like I said, none of us are perfect. But when you try to live at least a righteous life where you're just trying to do good for other people, you don't hurt other people. If you see somebody struggling, you know, at the grocery store, you help them out. You don't have to know that person, but you just help them out, right? Or you make somebody's day, give them a compliment, ask them how they're doing. I love doing that to cashiers, by the way, because I know that especially at Walmart, it's like a madhouse all the time. And if I don't do the self checkout, I'll be like, "How you doing today?" You know, just little things like that that you can do to bring joy to other people's day, right? Those hate channels and things like that, they don't care. And then Katie with her little baby Jesus crack. Oh, don't even get me started. You know, and I even didn't even know how to put my title up last night because I'm like, do I say baby Jesus? Is that sacrilegious? Like, I don't want to be the one to do that kind of stuff. I know people don't think of it like that, but I do. Maybe some people do. I don't want to offend anybody, but Katie was so offensive with that crap. She really was. That really made me sick, you know. And this is a mom that should have been, you know, I don't know. There's so many shoulda, woulda, couldas with Katie. I could go on and on, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, the pictures, yeah. Yeah, and you just wanna be their, just to make sure that your kids feel well cared for. It's just nurturing. It's nurturing your children is what it is. And it should be natural. Many moms just have that, right? Even other little kids, you're like, "Oh, you're looking out for them." So, in my opinion, and will forever change so much in the future's protocols, etc. Well, and they didn't follow the proper protocols. They just didn't. Um, yeah, exactly, Faye. I think it might be like a cigarette burn because, like, it's just perfectly circle. Or is it a bug bite? Because look at it's perfectly circled. And see, that's why, like in Sebastian Rogers' case, I just look for that kind of stuff because, gosh, it's like who knows what was really happening. Blows my mind the search teams and dogs scent trackers uh not finding these kids where's everybody disappearing to. I know, and those woods are so thick, Indigo. Like if those little ones took off by themselves they wouldn't have made it far. I don't care if Lily had a month's supply in her backpack of the ready prepped meals or whatever the soldiers keep. It's not happening. um it's just not gonna happen, you know? So oh, is that podcast that Daniel was on? I have to watch Deception Detective. He's done a couple of good videos. Well, I just know his videos are good. I'm not sure. I haven't watched it, but my husband put my kids in the rattiest clothes he could find when getting the kids ready for school, hair sticking up all over the place. Cece. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, it's like and I think like a lot of times they'll mismatch. Like those kids look like they were dressed by their mom. I'm just going to take a wild guess. And Belinda has come out and said that her son really didn't show interest in the kids, I mean they were, then they weren't. They were kind of, you know, once they broke up, there was some issues, right? And so I think Malaya was always like their caregiver, and it always looked like she took good care of them. They're clean, um, and fed and everything like that. So I wonder what happened. And then again, she had the baby. Was there some postpartum depression going on? And I'm purely speculating. And you guys know way more about this case because I know Justin's been deep diving it. So, um, yeah, yeah. Or excuse me, Janie says she ate raking. Well, I know, and she said, "Oh, I was raking this spot over here. I was gonna put a pool in. It's like in the middle of the freaking driveway." Like Janie is a horrible liar. Yeah, what happened to your chat last night? Like, okay, so it was an issue with Verizon. So there was some connectivity issues, and I had my computer was hooked up to my hotspot for internet. So that's what happened. I probably could have switched it over to the other network if I would have known that that was the issue. But yeah, so anybody that was in chat last night and you just like all of a sudden get kicked out, like, cause I was like, what did everybody experience? Like, I was all troubleshooting it after the live. Um, oh, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Animal. Thank you. Oh, that's so great. That's amazing. Well, it worked that time. I'm telling you, if you don't have a membership tomorrow, though, we're gonna have to send a ticket to YouTube. I don't know what's going on. Um, it's all of a sudden said chat was disabled. Yeah, see, and then whenever I Googled it and I was like, why would it do that on StreamYard? But I did put a ticket into StreamYard support too. But yeah, it said it said your chat is disabled, and that's what people were getting. So I Googled that and it just said basically that if you get that message, it's usually like on your guys' end internet or mine. But then I was like, it couldn't have just been like your internet, Liberty, because only you would have gotten that message. But like everybody got it. So I was like, okay, no, it's not that. So, but yeah, come to find out, because I run off a StreamYard, so like I'm not running straight off of YouTube. So I'm actually connected. One of the destinations that I'm streaming to from StreamYard is YouTube. Well, that's the only one I stream to. I could do Facebook too, which I would like to do that sometime. I just don't know how I'm going to get mods over there and stuff or how that works. Um, yeah, didn't even finish the sentence on that statement either. I couldn't say it. Oh, yes, he had said that. My jaw hit the floor. I mean, it's amazing some of the things that they come up with. Oh, Animal, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Animal, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And Sam says, yes, I have been heavily invested in this case. And yes, she sent the screenshot to Justin. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Aw, thank you. I still don't get that. I've had my phone taken from me, then they help me look. Well, and I mean, I just don't understand why anybody would do that. Like you take somebody's phone away, it's like holding someone hostage, isn't it? Like it's pretty darn close. Hey Sasha, good to see you. So, when people are irresponsible and have 3 or 5 kids and they don't have any means to even feed all those kids, it's obvious what happens to the kids. That's a good point, Liberty. I mean, it's overwhelming at that point, right? And that very well could have been an issue with Malaya. She could have just been exhausted, right? Think about having, 2 littles and then you have a baby. Um, you know, and then you have other adults in the house that don't even seem to care. Like what would it have been if Janie would have brought her coffee out and sat with her grandchildren? I bet you it just would have been a riot watching those 2 play, running around the yard and swinging. But everything was duct taped and I mean, oh my gosh. And then that pen they had back there. And then the kids' playhouse. I was like, okay, you know? The government, the aliens. It's gotta be the aliens that are watching us, Witchy, right? They're like, "This is weird. Like, what are these people doing?" I know they were taught morals and values. What is this? It's a huge social experiment on social media across all the platforms. Oh my gosh. That's too funny. Listen to them, how Eric Craddock in his Snuggle Struggle comment, "What does that tell you?" Same mentality of a person. And that's it too. I know because people will be like, "Well, how long ago was it that he said that?" And I'm like, I'm very honest. I'm like, that was back in 2009 or 2011 ish. We'll just say back, I mean, it was years ago. Um, but has his position changed? And if his position did change, then you would think the first thing that he would do, in the words of his friend Chris Proudfoot, would be to issue a public apology, right? Just say, "I'm sorry that I did that." I don't know why that's so difficult. It's not like he would be arrested for saying that comment. He clearly said it. It's his account, verified. It's circulated all over the internet. Dog the Bounty Hunter reposted it. Um, I mean, look, it is what it is, and he said that, and if he had changed, then that's what we would have saw. And if he was really worried about caring about the father of a missing child, he would have at least brought Seth of Water out there, or at least went out there, shook his hand, and said, "Hey, I understand why you're here. I just want to let you know I am working as hard as I can." But he can't, with a straight face, go out there and say that to Seth, in my opinion. Or he would, because it's not that hard. Or his ego is so massive, and that's a big problem. When you're in a position of power and you refuse to hold people, especially yourself, to a higher standard or accountability, then that makes you an enabler and you're just as bad as anyone else. It says a lot more about our justice system for people to feel so comfortable about not being punished to stop the abuse. Well, I know, Sam, and I think there needs to be stricter laws, and especially like CPS across the board, federally, they really need to look at what's going on, with these kids. If they're being abused in the state of Maine, then if they move all the way to the opposite end of the country and they're in California, chances are they're still going to be abused. And some of these people don't even move to an opposite end of the country. You know? They don't have to. They just go over the state line like, "Oh, here we are. Nobody knows about us here." And that's scary as hell. You know? Think of all the kids that are being hurt and tortured right now. I mean, it would really, if I just let myself set with that, oof, you know? I'm thinking I think that the RCMP is doing a fine job, guys, and I really appreciate their efforts. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know what some of our Canadian friends think. I would really love to know. Um, you know, Belinda never knew there was evil out there. I think she didn't see truth clearly. Yeah, that I can see that. Yeah, Malir is manipulative. I can see that too. Yeah, she reminds me a lot of Katie, Sam. She really does. Like a younger Katie, and obviously her parents have not come out and said anything. I don't know where her parents are or if she maybe grew up in the system or something. Hey, Kylie's nail candy. So, to take care of the children properly, Ms. Brooks seems like a person that lost air to the brain for a while. Oh, Sasha. I don't know if someone had a violent act to her and she lost air as a young child. Well, I was wondering about her childhood too, or in her victimology. I mean, that's important, especially when she gets involved with Daniel. But I can see how somebody could be charmed by him at first. I'm not saying he's good looking at all. I'm just saying he seems like he has a quiet way about him that people wouldn't see him coming is what I'm really saying. Like fucking serial killer vibes for sure. Um, that's the way I look at Daniel. First time I saw him, I was like, "Oh, does anybody know that movie, The Burbs?" Uh, Faye says, in my opinion, Malaya was going to flee, and Daniel found out and snapped. You know, based on what the RCMP has put out today, I believe that that is a very strong possibility. And I think we have to remember too that even when someone is a victim, that doesn't mean that they're the best person in the world, right? It just means they've been victimized. Some people will come out the other end of it and get the help and stuff and work on themselves. Other people would rather sit in that trauma and they just worsen themselves. They never grow up. They never grow up. We have that with Devlin's mother. Even though she lost Devlin to neglect, she continued to have more and more and more children that ended up being taken away from her for neglect. So she didn't learn her lesson. She didn't better herself. She didn't grow from that experience. She didn't get her shit together, clean up her act, and get custody back. No, she just kept on, she was a baby factory, in my opinion. And just wait. Just wait, guys, because there's a lot developing in Devlin's story on his mother's end of the spectrum. And there's a lot that has been going on. I've been really working hard to verify and gather information to share with you all. But I also want to be a little bit careful about it as well. But just know there's a lot of stuff going on with Miss Jessica, and none of it has to do with her finding her son, by the way. None of it. None of it. Not a damn thing. It's all self-serving behavior and really self-sabotage behavior. Um, you know. Do you think that Jack is too thin, Faye? Like he's malnourished? Oh, you know. Mm. My hubby just said Verizon is giving $20 credit to those affected by it. That's what Miss Ann was saying too, Witchy. That's really cool. That is really cool. I don't know how they could tell. Like, I don't know. I think they should just give us all $20. Why not? No, I'm just kidding. Um, hey, I will put it towards my Sebastian trip. Um, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. I'm not sure. You know, I was talking or I was taking someone or I was talking to somebody on the phone and can't consider denying a way to contact emergency services, I heard. Hmm, that's interesting, Witchy. Overwhelmed and no money. Yeah, overwhelmed and just the little ones, running around. And a lot of times, the older siblings start acting out when the babies come. It's like, I'm the baby, I want attention. Mom, 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 this is part of it. And that can be very overwhelming, and we don't know what she's going through, but I will say that she does seem to be highly manipulative. And then we have the situation of Tennessee and investigated trafficking when the alleged corrupt few of TBI came in and took the files of investigation. Oh, yes. Yes. And I saw that on Psalm's channel. Yeah, Psalms has done a great job of exposing that. Oh, just a fantastic job. I absolutely love that channel. There's a lot of it. Kiki did a really great live too about the man with schizoaffective disorder that was beaten in his living room by the Sumner County Sheriff's um, officers. Right, the man that was being threatened to be tased in the face, and he didn't even do anything. You know. Oh, Sam, she says, Lady Freedom, you got a lot to catch up on. So Malayar's stepdad spilled the tea. Oh, really? Ooh, all about her? Oh, it's the mom's boyfriend. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I need to go watch Justin. Or who is Daphne is also another one that's been in contact, right? Or covering the story. Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, Sam, he was taken from her when he was a baby. He was taken from her when he was a baby. And I've been wondering about a lot of things with her. I've been confirming a lot of things too. Um I know, Cece, that's what I'm saying. I know. I mean, the thing about Jessica is that again, she has never grown up, right? So she's up to her same old tricks or same old antics. She tried to hide it from me for a while, but again, the mask slipped. So, and then also I was learning things from Tamra. I was cross referencing and fact checking, and Tamra was telling the truth, right? Even to a point where Tamara had told me in an email that Jessica would put Devlin in a dark room and leave him there. On Piper's live stream, Jessica was on the live stream on her phone, and she walked into AJ's room, and it was broad daylight, and his room was completely black. And I was like, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. So Tamara was telling the truth, because she still does that shit with AJ. She still does the same shit. And I said, oh my gosh, because I'm thinking to myself, well, what mom would just leave her baby in a dark room? What? And the Michigan court system didn't do a very good job of documenting why they took him either, because I was going off the court document, right, that we found. So yeah, and then she proceeded to unhook AJ prematurely. So he had more than half of his feed that's in like a little bag. It's like a bladder that has a hose attached to it, and then she attaches that to his port, and that's how he eats. And she unhooked him prematurely so she could sit on Piper's Live, and you could see the bag was over halfway full. And then she sat there and let that child cry while she was in the other room, and you could hear him crying in the background. I have the video posted if anybody wants to take a gander. It is absolutely outrageous. So we witnessed her putting AJ in a dark room and leaving him there while she sits on a live stream and vapes, right? And this is not Piper's fault, by the way. I think Piper is doing a fantastic job. And actually, she's been boots on the ground, right? So I think it's fantastic that Piper was able to get her to feel that comfortable, because she showed her whole ass. And she proved exactly what Tamara had told me that she did to Devlin 19 years ago. She's doing it to AJ. Guys, AJ is not required to be on that feeding tube. Fun fact. AJ is not required to be on that feeding tube. That is because he refuses to eat anything by mouth, not because he has a medical condition that is forcing him to be on a feeding tube. Jessica does not offer him any food by mouth. She doesn't try to give him a piece of fruit. She doesn't try to give him anything healthy, even some multi-meal, right? And feed it to him. None of it. She keeps him on the feeding tube, and she doesn't give him his whole feed. And I did not make that up. It's on the live stream. Right? These are the things that we look for. These are the things that we have to talk about. Right? Because if one child has fallen through the cracks, it's not a perfect situation. I think the police force there might be like the feet and socks. I just don't know. I don't know. I think they're doing a really good job, Holly. I wish that I could tell you guys something, but I have to wait. But I will say that based on the knowledge of the response and the way that they've been in contact with Tamra, I think that they're really, really trying. Do I agree with them that Devlin ran away? Because I think that's really what they think. No, I don't agree with that 100%. I wish they would maybe look into other things, but I think that they are. And it's because of their actions that I believe that, and not their inaction. So I think that they're absolutely working hard. And I also talked to Detective Castle myself. And even though she couldn't tell me anything really or confirm anything, she did listen to my concerns, and she did write them down, and she assured me that it's an open and ongoing investigation still. I don't know if that's changed, because it was about 3 months ago that I talked to her. So we're coming up on 9 months. On the 21st, Devlin will be missing for 9 months. Right? You think that might hit a little bit for a mom. But with some of the information, Jessica's selfish as hell, in my opinion. She doesn't care about anybody but herself and using other people for her own personal gain, in my opinion. Hello, Forget Me Not. Good to see you. Oh, okay. The YouTube creator that talked with MBM, mother's boyfriend is called Tint. Hope that helps, lady. Thank you, Forget Me Not. Cool. Okay, Tint. I've never heard of Tint. Is that a Canadian creator? Because I really enjoy watching the Canadian creators. They do a really good job, in my opinion. Malire locked her kids in the room, according to Daniel CC children's statement. Oh my gosh. Wow. I know, and he's autistic, and she just leaves him in that room, in that dark room. I mean, she did it right on camera, Holly. I couldn't believe it. OMG, lady, she has no business having AJ in her home. I know, Liberty. A well check was done when she broke her phone. Tina called a well check in. The police went over and checked on her. And what usually comes next is that, CPS does a check too. So hopefully they did their due diligence. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I don't know. I know that they were kind of trying to co-parent. I'm still trying to get more to the bottom of that. There's something, that just it's not fitting together, but I'm still learning more and more, right? So there's something. So, oh, yes. Yes, Sam. I've heard of this phenomena. So, 15 to 20 minutes in a pitch black, silent room, mild distortions can begin almost immediately. This is the Gansfield effect. Your brain turns up the volume and your senses to find information. Wow. Wow, Sam. And this is a little 3-year-old we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. I think there needs to be more focus on that. But again, the authorities are very aware of Jessica. For one, Devlin used to have to perform well checks on her too. The thing about Jessica is that, again, she's all about her and how she feels, right? And not about how the children feel. So, to have a mother like that, we all know that's not going to be a positive outcome. I think it's going to get solved. I think it's going to be solved too, Holly. Oh my gosh. And I just pray for it every single day. I'm like, we're going to figure this out. It's not as hard as it seems. You know, I really think he got into a car. That's what it seems that the evidence is pointing to. They did, Witchy. They did. Yeah. And, it's like little by little, people are admitting that. And I do know that, Tamara did admit a lot of things on Crime Time Buzz, right? She's come into the chat, she's talked with us. And so, I've continued to work with Tamara, even though we don't always believe, she doesn't always agree with me. I don't always agree with her. Yeah, we go, kind of back and forth on things, but I try to always be professional and just let her know, hey, I'm just here to help. I just want to help. And I appreciate her giving me information to tell me a little bit more. And if I've ever asked her a question, she's answered me, you know? So, and Jessica was that way for a while too. What really sent her over the edge was when I told her that I need proof of the abuse that's happening to Devlin by the hands of the people in the house. If you think that Tamara and Sabrina and Will are all involved and they hurt your son, please show me what you would like me to share with my audience for us to understand that better. Because another thing with Jessica is she will not take the time to gather evidence and submit that to law enforcement. She has been very, what's the word? Argumentative, uncooperative with law enforcement. She just has been. I could tell by talking to her. I don't have to know that, her conversations directly with law enforcement to know that. I told her, you need to have a good relationship with law enforcement, Jess. You really have to work on that. Well, I don't have a bad relationship with them. Well, you don't have a good one either. And you need one. You need open communication. Like Tamara keeps open communication with law enforcement, right? You got to try, you know? And then again, the police might not be, wanting to get a whole lot of information out of her because maybe they've found out that she's a liar, that she's difficult to work with, that she came into Devlin's life when he was 18 and she might not have the information that the people who were living with him does. But I know that law enforcement in July got into her Google accounts and they were looking, right? Because she shared that information with me. She also had a boyfriend that I did not want to mention because I think he was clout chasing and he wanted to, have his 5 minutes of fame on my channel where we only have 3,000 people. And I love each and every one of you, by the way. But it's funny, anything for clout, right? So I have a phone call that I recorded with Jessica that I'm going to be releasing too. The reason that I didn't want to put it out there is because there's times where he's in the background talking, and then I just, was like, well, she's been on my panel several times. I mean, she's already told us stuff. But I'm going to be, again, putting out a documentary about Devlin. I just have to work. I'm just working on it, right? I'm gathering information for it too. So, not zero, CC. She was responsible for Devlin for, I believe, about 6 to 8 months, if that. She was doing very questionable things, not taking care of Devlin as she should have been. And then when people would try to help her or show her that she needs, I mean, when you're 19 and you have a baby, you do need extra help, right? And I was thinking, oh, well, nobody wanted to help her out. Maybe there was something where they just didn't want to help her out, or, maybe they just took her baby. Because, I mean, if you read the court document, you can't tell that she was just like doing things left and right. But it was more than just not bringing him to an appointment. And it's more than, even say that her story is true, which I doubt it now. Say Tamara called the doctors and pretended like she was the mom and, like Jessica said, and got the appointment changed over or canceled rather. It still doesn't, one appointment being canceled is not going to cause a state to take the kid away, right? There's got to be something worse. And sometimes even something worse isn't going to, prompt them to do that, unfortunately. Tent pretended to buy a trailer off Wade, but Okay. So Tint. Okay, I gotcha. Sam, Tint pretended to buy a trailer off Wade, but he was undercover and asked about the kids. It was epic. Wade spilled the tea. Oh my gosh, that's a psychological warfare tactic used back then. Oh man. Oh no. Don't be ashamed, Indigo. Don't be ashamed that you have a good heart. Don't be ashamed that you wanted to fight for a mom and support her because that's all we wanted to do, right? We wanted to help her out. Look, when I first started talking to Jessica, my first impression was that she needed help, right? My first impression was that everything that she had gone through, all of the trauma and everything was really, really tough on her. And maybe if we show her that there are good people in the world and that there are people that are willing to help you, that she would, understand that and it would make things easier on her and she would feel supported, right? How about if we start giving her resources and then that instead of bashing her and calling her a bio mom and calling her an egg donor or an incubator, let's help her out a little bit, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Not at all. I would never feel ashamed about that. I would feel ashamed if I didn't do that for another woman, for another mother. Because there's been times in my life that I needed someone to do that for me too. And so I would never ever feel bad about that and I'll never regret it. But here's the problem. Jessica was not being honest with me, and I found out fairly quickly. And the only reason it took me longer is because I wanted to make sure that I had the proof and evidence, receipts, everything. So in the beginning, the Devlin Tait Informed page was created by another creator who is a young girl, and she was doing the same thing, trying to help Jessica, right? They don't make a handbook. Even if they do, how would you know to look at it? It's super traumatic. You don't know where your son is. You don't know where your daughter is. That's a terrible position to be in. Many people don't know what to do. And so this person tried really hard to help Jessica. And Jessica told me that this person blocked her. She also was on this person's podcast. It is no longer available. I wish that person would give me that podcast so I could hear what Jessica was saying in the very beginning. But that's up to that person, and I haven't asked her for it either. I just think for documentation's sake, it's important. And because I haven't ruled out Jessica either. Which unfortunately I thought, like, how would she even get him there, right? I'm not saying that she has something to do with it, but I'm more like in the middle of things where I was like, no, I really don't think she had anything to do with it, right? But maybe she did. And the reason I believe that is because she lied to me, right? And I found out about it myself instead of her saying, you know what, Lady Freedom, I wasn't really honest with you. And I don't expect that. That rarely happens. But with that being said, this person tried to help her out. This person tried to get the Devlin Tait informed. This person was really trying to get her a safe space where she can have her voice and everything like that. And she blew it, just like she blew it over here. So then when Panda Bear's mom was telling me that she didn't want to talk to anybody, and when I reached out to her and turns out she did want to talk and she was upset, right? I felt like I needed to give her the voice and the platform to do it, right? I didn't know that this other person had already done that for her and that she blew it. But that's okay. What it did was it helped get Devlin's story out, right? And it helped us understand what happened to Devlin more or where Devlin could have been. And when I asked her to produce receipts for the abuse, she sent me a whole bunch of shit, right? Where there was verbal abuse, there was shit going back and forth, but she was a part of it, right? And so essentially, she thought that I was just going to take her side and not even consider Tamara or Sabrina's or anybody else's side. That's not how I work, right? I have to be fair to everybody. I'm the outsider looking in, you know? And all I can do is go off of what was going on in that time period. And text messages from that time period are not going to lie, you know? And in the meantime, Tamara sent me over screenshots of a conversation where Jessica was claiming they have cancer. And that is not only hurtful to Devlin's entire family who lost Bill Tait to cancer in 2023, but it's extremely detrimental and it's a psychological talk about psychological warfare um, to Devlin, right? And I don't even think Devlin believed her. And good on him if he didn't. And shame on her for making him believe that, you know? Brenda, I actually don't do well with lights, like bright lights, you know? I'm kind of like one of those little gizmos, right? So I kind of like it when the room is dim, but not dark and not by myself and not laying in my bed and, you know, I mean, you know, I believe he's relatively local. He responded to an ad Cindy Murray put out selling a horse trailer, recorded the conversation with Wade, Cindy, boyfriend. Justin has it. If you find the tent video, or if you can't find the tent video, oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see it. Forget me not. We'll definitely review that because I'm way behind apparently. We need to know the truth about Devlin's mind state. I agree. Did he want to self-harm? Did it yeah, did an accident happen? Sure. I mean, what if he was walking, what if he decided to walk to um a job, right? Like a job that he was responding to and he got hit by a car? What if he was walking down the road, you know, and or what if he decided to take a different route through the woods or something like that and he got hurt and we just haven't found him? I mean, we just don't know. And what if he decided to go somewhere where nobody would find him because he's a caring kid and he wouldn't want any of his family members to see him like that? And what if he did decide to hurt himself? You know? I can't overlook any of that. Yeah, he was having major problems with Tamara Faye. He really was. He really was. Tamara and Devlin were having issues. Sabrina and Devlin were having issues. I don't know why Will decided he was gonna want to be involved in that, you know, other than to maybe stick up for Sabrina. But I think Devlin felt like he was being ganged up on, and his mom was no help whatsoever. And I also think that when she went back and read those text messages, she knew that I was going to read the text messages and then I was going to see, oh, it wasn't just Tammy, you know? Hey, Chow Yun Cat. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Darkness stimulates the pineal gland located deep in the brain to produce melatonin, which is a serotonin deprived hormone that promotes sleepiness. Google it, y'all. Thank you, Chow. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Indigo, I'm glad that you asked this question. So Indigo says, can Jessica get respite care for AJ? So Jessica has a respite nurse, and she is a little Mexican lady who travels over the border and back every Friday. And she takes care of Devlin between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., something like this, right? But it's all day. And she comes from Mexico. She doesn't speak English very well, very little, according to what Jessica has told me. So I've been working on a theory that if this little Hispanic woman, right, and I say Mexico because she's from Mexico, she's from Mexico. If this little Hispanic lady goes over the border every Friday into Arizona, because Jessica lives right there, and then she goes back over in the afternoon, and it's something that she does, right, or of an evening, excuse me, and she does that all the time. Some of those border agents might just say, "Hey, Mrs. Little Hispanic lady that does this every week, how you doing?" Right? They might not check her. When we did Christmas for AJ, Jessica put some very odd adult items on that list. And because I haven't had a chance to talk to her, well, it's not even a chance to talk to her. I don't believe a liar. If you're going to lie to me, I don't want to talk to you. When you're ready to tell the truth, you can come back and talk to me. If you want to act like a kid, I'll have to treat you like one. That's just the way I have to be, guys, because I'm just not, I don't have the time to do that. It's not fair to Devlin or Sebastian or any of these cases. So, I haven't asked her about it. Why'd you put the wood burning kit on Christmas for AJ? He's 3 years old. Or, why would you put a microwave in a crock pot on the list when you told me yourself you don't eat? And you could tell she's thin as can be. And AJ doesn't take anything by mouth. He has a feeding tube. So why do you need a big crock pot for? Right? Were those items that she was going to give to Devlin? I don't know, guys. She also gets quite a bit of money a month to take care of AJ and to take care of herself. I know, Sam, and I worry about him too. I don't know. Sasha, that's a great question. Why would Arizona pay for a nurse from Mexico? I know. I don't know. AJ's father is Hispanic, and what Jessica told me was that she wanted AJ to know his heritage. So I don't know if there are laws or something, that would cause the government to have to, allow for that. I just found it odd because, if she's not bilingual, then how is she teaching AJ, English? So AJ's going to school with, English speaking people, right? But then his respite's Spanish. So if AJ could talk, which he's not completely nonverbal, he does say a couple words. He's probably bilingual. He probably understands Spanish quite well, especially when he has somebody who's willing to devote as much time as the respite nurse does. Because I'm just going to be completely honest with you guys, she's not devoting the time that she could be. She doesn't work. She sits there and messes with men too much, in my opinion. I can't get down with that. You put a man before your kids, I can't get down with that, So, no, I mean, I know for a fact that this lady she is who Jessica says she is. Like, she is coming from over out of Mexico, you know? So, no, there is a nurse. There is. Yeah, she sent me a picture. Like, literally sent me a picture of this lady, an AJ. Yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely a respite nurse from Mexico that comes over. So that travels over. She could have, yeah, she's got permission to work in the US. Yeah. Yeah, Brenda. And like I said, it can be um yeah, it can be because of AJ's heritage, right? That's why I'm thinking, because she's like, I wanted my son to have, knowledge of his heritage. But here's the thing, Jessica, she goes from man to man and she puts him in a cabinet, right? I mean, she does. She's always done that. Another big red flag for me was her asking me if Panda Bear's mom had anything to do with her ex Ray Ray. Right? Is that Panda Bear's mom's daughter just because Ray Ray was calling her my little panda bear? Yeah. Guys, it's I couldn't make this shit up. I got all the texts, but I just again, so those are the reasons, but I will never ever feel bad about trying to help her. I still pray for Jessica. I still want her to be happy, right? I want her to be a good mom, succeed. I want AJ to be healthy. I want Devlin to be found, right? That was the whole reason I talked to her to begin with. It wasn't to get involved with anything else. And as a matter of fact, I was trying to compartmentalize that. But with her doing all of these things, and then me hearing from other people that she was doing those things too, I mean, it totally made me pause. Right? And I just can't get down with that. She gets paid to vape. She's just vaping on camera, Sasha. Am I on just one platform? Oh, good, I'm gonna smoke. Well, you should want to be on every friggin' platform available. You know? It's very weird. There's just something majorly off and I can't put my finger on it, right? I mean, I know what's wrong. It's just, what's the deal? And I think that she thinks that she's gonna maybe make money off of her son's disappearance or something. And that's been something that's really bothered me from jump. You know? So, anyone in Mexico can be a doctor, so America paying for Mexico. She's just a respite nurse. She's a respite nurse. Every Friday, guys, every Friday she comes. And she has said it on the panel here. Because she'll be like, oh, tomorrow AJ's therapist is coming, so I can stay up later because I won't have to get up with him. Is what she fucking said. Is she doing the feeding tube so she can get money for him? I don't know for sure, but I have a pretty good idea that could be a high possibility. Right? So, I mean, she gets extra money to take care of him. I know, but Sam, it's just like, I don't care if somebody wanted me to sit on a panel for 10 hours and show my face the entire time, which that wasn't a requirement on Piper's, I mean, Jessica could have calmed down, right? And smoked. I get it. You're nervous, right? And I'm a smoker too. I get it. But you're doing it for your kid. You don't even think, right? You don't even think. You're just too busy worried about finding your kid, you know? So, we'll review this again because I want to get that phone call. We'll review Jack and Lily's again. I'm gonna change the background really quick because I just realized we've been talking about Devlin, but I didn't switch his photo over. I want you guys to see him, in case you see him, you know. Let's see. This is the one I'll show, and he's gonna be missing now for 9 months, guys. Coming up. Let me put my big head. I don't like this. Okay, there we go. So, the most recent picture would be when Devlin is wearing the black hoodie, right? And he's got his headphones and the jeans, wearing that watch, right? Just some identifying factors of Devlin. He's about 6 foot tall, and he would have called somebody, I think, you know? So, no, I mean, it's all through the state. It's all through the state. And I don't know when somebody lives right there on the border, I don't know how that works, you know? So, Liberty, I know that they're involved. I mean, they have to be. Um, they have to be because she told me that they got involved, but then she tried to blame it on me that somebody else told me about it, right? And I'm like, "Oh no, I didn't call CPS." That was already kind of taken care of with the well check. Um, yeah. Yeah, Liberty, she said it on the panel a couple of times, you know. Yeah, look, like when the respite nurse is there, she does not have nothing to do with AJ. The respite nurse takes care of him the whole time, you know? Yeah, she comes from over the border and then she goes back home to Mexico. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, she comes over. Now, I'm not saying she's not documented. She could be documented. She could just choose to live in Mexico and come back over. She could do that. I mean, where Jessica lives, guys, is right there. Like it is right there. Jessica's mom also lives like 2 blocks away from her, right? But they have an estranged relationship, right? Where they don't talk, but then again, I don't know if that's true, right? That's just what Jessica has said. She was Brenda, because she would have told me, Lady Freedom. I was talking with another YouTuber or another creator, digital creator is what they call themselves, like on Facebook, um, and her and I had a falling out because of this. Right? She could have been honest, but she didn't give a shit what that other person did for her either. That other person created a very robust page called Devlin, Tait, Informed to help find Devlin. And there's a lot of followers, guys. There's a lot of conversation being buzzed around there. You know? So, oh God, Zanny the nanny from Mexico. No, I'm telling you guys, she has a lady and it's a respite nurse that takes care of AJ every single Friday. Every single Friday. Yeah, I've never worked with anybody that had a G-tube, but I was also only a CNA, so it's not like I could do that part of it. My mom did have a portacath that was used to administer her chemotherapy, so it's kind of the same thing in a way, right? Not completely the same, but it's a portal of entry to, administer medications. Sam, no, I don't think you guys are mean. No, you guys tell me exactly what you think. It's night court. We just talk shit here, and if you don't believe something, call it out. Yeah, that's your right to feel that way. I know. And I just think Devlin would reach out anyway, Sasha. That's what makes me so nervous about the whole situation. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know that he just wouldn't call anybody, like, even his friends. Like, he had friends. I was told that that state is a safe state where they allow for well, I'll just say they're more lenient about not taking the children away. from the guardian, from the parent. Um, because that's why she left California allegedly, is because she had the two girls taken from her and she was afraid that AJ would be taken from her. And again, I still don't know about what's going on with her mom. But I do know, according to Tamara, that they would not allow for, um, well, I'll just say Jessica was worried, according to Tamara, that if she brought AJ to Michigan, that they would take AJ from her too. I mean, I don't know if they would have that jurisdiction. I wanted to look into that a little bit more too. But, I mean, she doesn't take good care of him, so she's probably worried as hell. I mean, I would be. You go gray rocking everybody, like, I mean, you just shut it down and don't let anybody know that you're okay, even people that care about you, and then there's welfare fair checks done. Devlin's done welfare checks on her. Tina's done welfare checks on her. One of the other girls that I don't know, but I know of and about ish, right? That's involved, that cares about her, um, has done welfare check, right? So yeah, they're doing checks on her. That's the thing, Liberty. I mean, maybe they're just keeping a close eye on her, and then she was complaining the one day that I grilled her, that earlier in the day, that the social worker wasn't happy with her living situation. And that she was complaining that there was, I guess they have like chickens and roosters that run around random. It's like that in the Florida Keys too. And she was saying, that they were blaming her for that. And I'm like, well, they're not your roosters and chickens. Like, how can they hold that against you? But see, again, Jessica's probably lying to me and not telling me the truth of what they were really concerned about. You know what I mean? Um, so kids on feeding tubes, they probably just don't care. Well, and it's hard to get somebody to take care of, you know what I mean? To take on the responsibility, Liberty. And, we've talked about it here too. That's a great point. I mean, look, it's difficult enough to find a foster family that will take a healthy child, let alone a child that has health issues, right? But I think that AJ, if she was to take care of him properly, would be able to eat regular food, or at least would be able to do maybe half and half, or she could be working to get him off of the feeding tube. But guess what? She doesn't care. She's too busy chasing tail. You know what I'm saying? Like man butt. No, I'm just kidding. But she is. I mean, she is. It's a lot, right? Um, I hate to call other people promiscuous, but I mean, that's what it comes down to. She's too worried about a man, and a toxic man at that, you know? So, but we'll go over more of it too. Oh, okay, so a work visa. That's probably a good word for it. I don't know, Brenda. I'm not very versed in it. I just know I've seen that lady. You know, I've seen her, I've heard her in the background taking care of Devlin, because of course while she was there, that was always the day that I would try to get a hold of Jessica too. You know what I'm saying? Because I'd either try to get a hold of her on a Thursday night, or I would get a hold of her when I knew that AJ was being taken care of, right, by another adult, watched after. And so I was always trying to be mindful about that. When's the best time for us to connect? And she would say anytime, right? What time does AJ go to bed? So that way I could talk to her, and I knew that he was asleep and stuff, because I don't want to take away from time with her either. I know, Faye. The routines is a big one, and not reaching out to anyone. I mean, my goodness. For me, I don't get how any nurse wouldn't be telling CPS she just sleeps well. Yeah, she's there with AJ because nothing around him that is normal. I know. I know. I would think someone would point that out. I agree with you, Liberty. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised about that. Sasha, no. According to Tamara, I asked Tamara today, right before I came on live. Um, right before I came on live, and I go, has anybody checked her mom? Because I was telling Tamara about the nurse, and then I said, what do you think about the mom, her mom, that lives, or she says, did you know, excuse me, she asked me, she said, do you know about her mom that lives right by her? I said, yeah, but Jessica said she doesn't talk to her. And Tamara's like, yeah, that, she was really horrible to Jessica when Devlin was a baby. Told me the story that Jessica told us about her taking the bassinet back away from Jessica, even though, Devlin was using the bassinet. So that was corroborated too, with both of them. But that doesn't mean that she wouldn't keep Devlin for her. We don't know what kind of a relationship they really have. And again, Jessica's lied so many times. So I'm still very open to that, Sasha, because no, the police have refused to check. So the Arizona police and Yuma have refused to check. Yeah. Thank you, Chow, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. That's so sweet of you. If you got a membership from Chow, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. That Jessica seems to just give like she lives like she's 15. She does. She does, Liberty. Yeah. And then if anybody tells her anything, she's like a pissed off teenager. 100%. I mean, it's unbelievable. It really, really is. Like, it's off the charts. I'm like, I know I'm a few years older than you. Um, I believe Jess is like 36. So I'm a little bit older than her, and I tell her things like, I know I'm not your mom, but think of me as a big sister at least, and I'm trying to tell you these things to help you, and she'd have a million excuses why she couldn't reach out to the resources, why she couldn't send an email, why she can't send Devlin's flyer around. I took the time to make the flyers. Why didn't she send them everywhere? Those should have been plastered everywhere, all over the internet, as many places as she could email them to. I told her Detroit Rock City sent me information to get a hold of Ed Goulder, gave her the information. She never reached out. I told her about the DNR, which is the Department of Natural Resources. Hunting season was happening actively, and she straight refused. I can't do it. I don't have any time. Bullshit. All you have to do is send them the friggin' flyer. All you have to do is make a phone call. Did you know my son's missing? Could you guys look while you're out in the woods? This is what he was wearing. This is when he went missing. This is what he was wearing. He had a little flashlight with him, LED blue flashlight. If you guys see anything like that, could you please turn it into law enforcement? She does nothing, Liberty. Does nothing. I tried to sit and talk with her, and it was an hours long conversation. And I'm explaining to her the importance of why the description is so important, right? Because after 9 months, I highly doubt Devlin is wearing the same outfit. He might be, though. But if somebody did something to him and, discarded his clothing or something like that, and they're in the woods and they come upon it, it might give a clue to law enforcement as to where he could be. Or it might be found very close to where he is. She didn't care. I even told her, it's getting cold out. Aren't you worried? Like, I'm just trying to help you out before. I mean, no. No. Nope. No. Sometimes when a child has a G-tube, they tie off the esophagus because of a condition where the child has a defect that would cause them to aspirate with oral feedings. Well, the thing is that to the best of my knowledge, CC, didn't happen. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've heard of that. Especially if kids have trouble like swallowing. Yeah. And that's typically one reason that they would do that, right? So they don't end up choking. But no, that is not why AJ has the tube, you know. Um, while hospitals are common, private home health agencies can also serve as sponsors. It is much harder and legally complex for an individual family to act as a direct sponsor for TN visa. She's in Yuma, Arizona. She's in Yuma, Arizona. So I don't know because they're so close if that's why, Sam. I know, Liberty. It's tough. I mean, a lot of us, to be honest, are, and when I say that, I'm not being a weirdo, but like a lot of people that I've been working with on the case, everything, a lot of us are like utterly sick of it because we keep catching her in lies, and it's upsetting to all of us because we do care about her. That's the hardest part, Liberty, is that we care about her. We care about AJ. And I think a lot more so about AJ, right? Because she's an adult. Um, but it's extremely difficult to watch her self-sabotage and to do the absolutely wrong things with AJ just because of her stubborn ass attitude, in my opinion. It just is, and I can't speak for anybody else on that, but you know, yeah, we have a problem. Um, I think so too, Liberty. I think she still is a doper, in my opinion. Was AJ abused and begun to refuse to eat? That's a good question, Sasha. She just said that one Christmas he threw up from eating and then he refused to eat. Like he like, ate food or whatever, and maybe he ate a little bit too much, or maybe something didn't agree with his tummy and he threw up. Well, kids throw up. And people throw up, right? And when my daughter was little, I'm the first one to say it would have really upset her. Like she'd be really upset. First of all, if she says I'm gonna be sick, or if she's like, "Oh, mama, I don't feel good," I better get her to a toilet, or I'm gonna have a mess to clean up, right? Like that. It's just as fast as that would happen for her. But it would scare her to the point where she'd start crying afterwards. She'd be like, "Oh," and I'm like, "It's okay. You're gonna feel better, right? Like it's all right." But it's scary for a little kid. So I don't know if that scared him. And that's just the experience I can draw from. Um, or I don't know if it is an actual like sensory consistency issue. I will say that a good friend of mine's grandson, who's also autistic, and he has cerebral palsy. He was born premature and he had brain bleeds when he was little. He was the teeny tiniest baby I had ever seen in my life. I was afraid to hold him, and I usually am like, "Give me that baby," right? But um I was like afraid that I would break him. He's so little. But he was around 7 or 8, and he just decided that he wasn't going to eat certain things. I mean, and you could barely get him to eat things. So like, he would do like chicken nuggets if you're lucky. But like he would eat a couple bites and wouldn't want anything else, right? And so the doctors were like, we're going to have to put him on a feeding tube if he continues to lose weight like this, right? Cuz he was losing weight. Um so yeah, I mean, I know it happens, but I also know that, you know, it the mother has to make the effort. Like if your child's not eating, it's up to you to try different things, to bug them, a little bit, right? You want a piece of cheese? Do you want to try this? Um, and especially when kids are on the spectrum, I think that they do need those reminders. They do need someone to look after them and help them and continue to assist them, right? But if you don't have somebody doing that and she's just putting him in a dark room and not even giving him his whole feed, then how do we know that he's not hungry? Because he can't say, Mommy, I'm hungry. AJ doesn't, he cannot say that to her, right? She has a timer that goes off to tell her to feed him. You know what I'm saying? And that poor kid can't say, Mama, I'm hungry. Mama, I'm full, right? I want a snack. No, it's feedings when the alarm goes off, and that's it. And then when Jessica's got something too important that she wants to focus on, and arguably, I'm sorry, I understand it's probably absolutely horrible and hard to be in a situation where you have this little baby that needs help, extra help and care, and then your other son is missing. So I get that part. But that doesn't mean that you unhook his feed halfway through when there's more than half of food in the bag that he's supposed to have, and then you let him cry it out in his room, and then you ignore him. Like that, it's just so wrong, and I can't, again, I can't get down with that, you know? So I'm left with Devlin being missing, and did Jessica have something to do with it, right? Did she have him come down there, and did she, you know, like the proud feet? Well, I didn't know it was going to get this big, right? So did she hide him out? And I hate to say, well, would this little lady, arguably, I know some of you don't think that she exists, right? But would she be talked into helping? Not to say that she has malicious intent, but what if she just cares about AJ? Right? Because when I first started talking to Jessica, and Kiki 25 True Crime can attest to this, there was a point in time where she told me that AJ was sleeping on a mattress on the floor. And I said, oh my goodness. And I'm like, well, how can we get you a toddler bed, right? Like, how can we help you? And so Kiki and I were talking the one night, and she goes, I have an extra bed out in the garage, but, to ship it over to Arizona. Well, 2 days later, the respite nurse helped her to get a bed for AJ, and she sent me a picture of it. This is the thing about Jessica, you guys. She sent me pictures every day of this kid, of AJ, his bed, this, that, So yeah, she helped her because he was getting bug bites. I don't know what kind of bugs they have in Arizona, but it was causing him to have these big red whelps on him. And we're not dealing with the perfect ideal situation here. I mean, look, there's a missing kid. There's a mother that lost custody when he was a baby. We have a family that adopted him. There was issues going on. Devlin was also 18, not, almost 19. He emancipated himself, yet he was still living at home, Yeah, I think maybe that's true, Liberty. I think she's got dependency issues. And I'll tell you, I've never heard her like drunk or anything like that. That's the thing. That's one thing that I can say for sure. Another thing that I can say for sure is that I've never seen AJ um in dirty clothes or dirty, right? I've never seen that. I've never witnessed that myself. But then again, maybe she's sending so many pictures over so we don't look at that? Yeah, that may have been the case at one time, and AJ would need swallowing studies before it's removed. Oh, that's a good point, Cece. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would have to see. And then also, I wonder if it would be an issue for him to tolerate, like, solid foods then after being on the tube, you know? Oh, it's not good at all, Liberty. It's terrible. Oh, Sam. I'm like, it's okay, Sam. You can disagree. I don't mind. No, because I really don't. Look, you know what? I'm not gonna get it right every single time. Sometimes I just pray I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm so happy I'm wrong, you know. Because gosh, it's hard. It's hard because you want to be a support. You also want to gather information and help. You know, there wouldn't be anything better than bringing Devlin home, bringing Sebastian home, Lily and Jack. You know, any of these kids. I mean, Harmony Montgomery. I know a lot of people don't like her mom, Crystal. There would be nothing better for me than to know where her baby is for her. You know, it breaks my heart. Yeah, if the baby comes up missing, Maria. Hola. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible, Sam. Hola. Oh no. No, she seems like a nice lady though. I don't know though. She could be a lady from the neighborhood and she's just telling me she goes over the border. I don't know. Either way, we got to look at this lady. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, respite nurse that probably didn't do nothing wrong, you know? So I have been looking into that. Because the thing is Jessica's just not acting right, you guys. It's like something weird. Like, for instance, I was asking her to reach out to the resources. So, our friend from the other channel that I've roasted, we have a little bit of a beef or whatever. It's not a big deal. It's really all in just really good fun. I have no malice towards her. And I think she wants to find Devlin too, right? So either way, we just don't see eye to eye. But um, even with that whole situation, she was kind of trying to get a hold of Jessica, right? And kind of reach out to her, right? And that sort of thing. But again, she was trying to get resources and help, but the only person that reached out to the resources for Missing in America was Tamra, right? She got Devlin on Missing in America. She got Devlin on NamUs, right? Jessica had nothing to do with any of that, and she had every opportunity to do it. And with their tit for tat, I thought Jessica was going to jump on that shit like as fast as she could. I was like, "Ooh, I bet you I could get her to email this one if we give them both to each of them and see which one gets it faster. Devlin's only going to benefit from it, right?" Nope. She decided she wasn't going to do it. She didn't want to text me back because she was pissy, and so I sent it over to Tina. And Tina's like, "Oh, I'd be happy to do it." And then I texted Tina and I go, "Oh no, never mind. We already got him on there. Tamara did it." You know? So I mean, at this point, it's like I don't care if I have to, what I have to do to get people to help, right? And yeah, I don't see eye to eye with Kay Nicole, she doesn't see eye to eye with me. But that doesn't mean that if she sent me a resource tomorrow to hand over to anybody, like Tina or somebody, I'd give it to them. Because it's not about me and my feelings. It's about finding Devlin, but for Jessica, it's not like that. Even Tamara and I have gone round and round, but we still respect each other enough to try to find Devlin together. And that says a lot, and maybe she's playing both sides, but I don't know. All I know is that she knows Devlin better than me, you know? No, I know. I don't think so either. Well, and the thing is she I think one of her biggest problems is the men. That is one of the biggest problems for her. She's too worried about what they're doing. Oh my gosh, you are in Arizona, Sam. For sure she was doing something when Devin was born because they took him away from her. Well, and I mean, they didn't put any of that in the court docs, Faye? They just made it seem like she wasn't bringing him to his appointments, right? And if a doctor tells me, "Hey, I think your child would benefit from wearing a helmet." Yeah, it's up to me, I suppose, but I mean, if a doctor says that he's going to benefit from it, um, you know, then I think that maybe we should try it out, right? I mean, I don't know. Why would you go to a doctor and then disobey their orders? I don't get it. You know, they're the ones that went to school for 90 years, so I didn't. Um, yeah, I don't know if, her mom might be sick of her shit, but I know too, Brenda, that, Jessica was taken away from her mom too. Because apparently her stepdad was SAing her and her mother chose to stay with the stepdad. You know? Again, choosing a man. I mean, are we seeing the pattern? Are we seeing the generational trauma? Choosing a man over your child, sticking by that man, just like Jessica sticking by a man that said Devlin's not, well, he didn't say it this nice, but he said Devlin's no longer with us anymore. You need to get over it. Right? Was mad anytime that Jessica would call me or I would call her. And he was there. One day he took off and left. He's a real gem. What a peach. Cece says attention seeking behavior. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not about her, right? But I wanted to make it a little bit about her for the support aspect of it, right? Because you have to, kind of, in a way, right? Hey, if you need anything, let me know. If you think of anything, let me know. However I can help you. I do the same thing with Tamara too, though. I'm like, hey, if you think of anything, if you need anything, let me know. Because I'm dealing with people, and I do care. So it's tough. It's a tough situation for them to be in too, because they're probably thinking, who the hell's Lady Freedom and why does she have to ask me so many damn questions? It's none of her damn business. I mean, too. But then again, when people can see the importance of getting Devlin's story out there, it's so important. We have 55 people in here, we have 60 people in here. Some nights we'll talk about Devlin when we have a large crowd for Sebastian in here. And I appreciate you guys sticking around because Devlin, he matters. Devlin's a very sweet kid from what a lot of people have said. Not everybody's going to say that. Look, if you ask 10 people that I know, there might be a couple people that could be like, yeah, Lady Freedom's a jerk, maybe, I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes you're not going to get everybody to say good things, right? So I understand that. And he's a human. He's a young kid. He was still learning. I just don't see how he could have just vanished in the freaking daylight, guys. I mean, vanish in broad daylight is impossible. Last seen at Carl's supermarket, checking out with his bridge card, EBT card, getting something to eat and drink, and that was in the morning, about 8:21 a.m. Made his way down to the laundromat, right? Corroborated sighting at around 3:30, 3:45. Seen heading back to where he lives, right? And then never heard or seen again? In the afternoon? In the late afternoon? Hmm. You know? And there was a scent hit by Canine Quinn, according to the SAR maps. And that was done, let's see, Tupper Creek and Bonanza Road. And that was one of Devlin's familiar routes or regular routes that he would take. So did he decide to go up that way, and maybe he was killing time because he knew he had to be home because he had court in the morning and something happened? But typically we know that if the dog tracks the scent and it stops, then that's a good indication that a car was involved, right? Like they were picked up and they went into a car, and then that's where the scent is lost. But right there at that creek, could he have accidentally fallen in? Could he have hurt himself? Could one of his bullies have come up and hurt him, and they didn't maybe mean to hurt him, but they hurt him this time. you know? I just don't know. But I just don't think it's that complicated. So, I mean, it's sickening, Liberty, and it's just like mind-boggling, you know? Yeah, I think I think she might be a mathematician. Faye. I don't know. And then also seeing her eyeballs all bugged out on Piper's Live, you know? And she had like, you know, you could see her pupils were dilated. You know, I look for those little indications too. It's like the US got so greedy they forgot about humanity. Yeah, I mean, I could see that, you know. But it seems like, you know, that little oh, Miss Ann's got to stoke that fire. I mean, I can see how, you know, in Jessica's situation she would fall through the cracks, you know. Sam. Sam says it's all Lady Freedom's fault. I know. Oh boy, she was mad at me, and all I did is ask her, do you have leukemia? Because you never mentioned that to me before, girlfriend. I think we have a problem. Boy, was she pissed. Um, so the girls in California, Devlin, AJ being mistreated, how many kids has she had taken? So 3 out of the 4. So Tail's not all she's Jason. Brenda. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord, in my opinion, she says. With the save, in my opinion. Oh boy. I know. Well, and it's just like I get it, right? Like if you're a single mom or a single dad, yeah, you get lonely. You're gonna get lonely, but you gotta make a good choice. I mean, to keep making the same bad choice, you can't feel sorry for someone, especially if they're grown. Come on. You gotta feel bad for the kids at that point. You know, and Devlin, I do. I feel bad for Devlin because I think he was in a position where, you know, his mom was playing major mind games with him. I mean, major, you know? KJ Mac, good to see you. Sandwich, I think your assessment is correct. I went over the border crossing by Ajo for spring break every year. Oh, Lord. I've never been to Mexico, so I have no idea. I have no idea. I've never been out of the country. You know, so I've never had to go through any type of, you know, check like that. Um, but I'm just saying if I'm just saying if that lady comes and goes, you know, Sam, you're killing me. But if that lady comes and goes, are they really gonna check her? Are they gonna be like, "Oh, hey, Mrs., you know, lady, good to see you. We already know you. We see you going coming and going all the time," you know? I mean, what if she had him in the trunk or something? You know, I don't know. I don't know this lady. She seems very nice. I know she helps Jessica a lot. But would she do something to help her, you know, not knowing if Jessica was like, "My son's in danger, you need to help me," you know? Who knows? You know, people like Jessica are manipulative and they use, you know, she's had to survive, you know? So that's her survival tactic is to use people for everything that she can suck out of them and then she, you know, blames them for every single problem she's ever had. Oh, okay, there's professional considerations unless, of course, is it's traveling nurse situation. It is a traveling nurse. Yeah, she's a respite nurse, KJ Mac. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of the traveling nurses, um, in terms of them staying at, like, the hotels, because like, those are some of the accounts that you would get, you know, at a hotel that would be something that would, you know, be, um, you know, revenue, right? That would come in, a stream of revenue, guaranteed rooms, right? And so, you know, I worked in the medical mile and, you know, all the nurses would come stay. And then two, there was a couple of there was a couple of hospitals in town and when the weather would be very bad, the nurses would stay too, you know, because they didn't want to travel, you know, an hour home or whatever in the snow. Well, Missouri has ice. Um, these are the petri dish starter kits to how someone grows wrong and oops, kids missing one day all of a sudden. I mean, that's what it is too, Sam. It's always these elements, the same elements that we see, and I kind of knew something was off with Devlin's case from the beginning. Um, but I think just more or less, it's a lot of things all together, right? Not just one person responsible. And like I said, Devlin could have just walked off by himself and decided to leave. I can't rule that out either. I think it's Ruggs. I do. I really do. Wonder what a PI in the area would charge to check her mom's house out. I wondered that too. I know that there was one PI that was scared off of the game. I laugh, but that was scared off of the case. Um, I mean, I wish that they would revise themselves. Do you have a picture of AJ to show us someday? I would love to be able to see him. He was on Devlin's Facebook, and there was one that I had left. Excuse me. Up there in one of my videos. There was the string of text messages, and she had sent over, pictures of AJ in them, that she was sending to Devlin, but I took those out, because I know there's just so many weirdos. I don't think it's vape and tobacco either, and Arizona is legal for that, you know. Oh my goodness. I know. I know. I just hope that he's out there somewhere, Justice for New. I'm just hoping that maybe he could be out there, and just have run away. Yeah, Joe does live in Arizona. Joe, would you like to be our private investigator? Oh Lord. Lord help us. Refuse to check, then if something happens, then you better let Jessica walk because they aren't trying to step in. I mean, I don't know. It's strange, right? It's strange. It's strange. I don't get it. I know. It just kind of kept getting worse, right? The stakeout, Brenda. I just pictured Joe like in like and like a trench coat with glasses and sunglasses, fake mustache. Oh my goodness. That's funny. It is an epidemic. We're seeing it far too often, you know? Something's not right. Gotta get the third eye out. Oh my goodness. Ah, that's funny. Sam's like, no playing me. I'm telling you. But it's hard because you want to get the information. So you're like, okay, I gotta at least take it all in. And there's gonna be times where people, even when there's not like a whole bunch that's going on, sometimes they'll just lie because they're embarrassed, right? They don't really want to tell you the whole truth, which I have to consider that too. She did CC, and the messed up part about it is that I would have done it if I could have, right? I would have been like, okay, who wants to call this one? I would have been asking you guys for your help. Um, but they need the family to do it. And I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think the reason is because why should they give resources to people who don't deserve them? If the family's not willing to search and the family's not willing to reach out, they're going to help the families that do reach out, right? They're just going to do that. And I understand that. But then there's amazing people that step in, like the gentleman that went for Jaden's Law. And he said, if we don't stick up for this kid, no one's going to, right? And I do feel like that about Devlin a little bit, but I will say that Tamara has been putting his information out there. Could she be doing that because that's what people do and she understands that? Sure. Yeah, I can't say that, I can't say that that isn't a possibility. But the more and more that I've worked with her and talked to her, I'm like, okay, I'm wondering if maybe, you know, you really are being truthful. A lot of what she's told me is worked out, and we kind of talked about that too. She's like, "Well, what's different?" And I'm like, "Well, I was able to take a step back and start looking at, everything. Um Cooperating, talking to more people, and, when I talked with the pastor, she told me the same story you told me. Pastor Marilyn did not know that me from Adam. She didn't know that I was going to reach out to her. She had no idea. I didn't even tell her why I was calling. I just told her my name, my phone number, and could you please call me back? And she did. And she answered every question, guys. And it wasn't like, well, I don't remember. No, she told me exactly, you know? And I appreciate her for that. Cause again, when the conversation goes that way, it's easier for me to believe the person, right? Um, and when I got into Devlin's case, it was 5 months in, and there had been all kinds of stuff going on with Devlin's case, right? Like, they had been going back and forth, and everything was going on, um, dot, 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 back and forth. And, yeah, that there had already been a lot of bridges that were, like, in the middle of burning down when I got into it. So, I hope that I was a little bit of a help, right? And at least Jessica got a chance to tell her side. At least people are more interested in Devlin's case and they know it better. There's been a lot of TikTokers that have picked it up. Piper has picked it up. She's got a huge following, you guys. She's got a huge following on TikTok. She's got a huge following on Facebook. Um, the way that she handles herself is basically that she's looking for missing people, right? So she doesn't do the bullshit, right? She's got a really strong bullshit detector. And also, like, the way that she was working in Devlin's case, it was a lot like how Kiki and I approached it because we were working on it in the beginning together. A lot of the way Jen was approaching it, right? Because Jen does things a lot different because she uses the maps and astrology, but we were all looking at the different aspects of Devlin's disappearance and trying to piece together the timeline. Who was Devlin around? Who could have had the opportunity? Who would do something like this? What's the motive, right? All of those things, means, motive, opportunity, are the three that we always look at, right? First and foremost. And then we have to know the background of the missing child, right? It's important to know that. It's important to know that. Even if we don't tell everybody that, right? It's important to know because it does help us get closer to finding them, or at least knowing what they may have done, right? And there's so many questions that come up. And you guys have great questions, by the way. Yeah, yeah, I know. And that's why Brenda, and then for her to have the kind of trauma, and that does not make or break us, right? Unless we let it. Um, but I have to consider it. Yeah, Math Haven. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and see, I'm not familiar with Yuma at all, you know? Yeah, line between life and not in her hands. Well, and the thing is that, Jessica does play the, suicide card, right? Like, where I'm gonna end my life, I'm gonna do, all this crap, and it's all to, get attention, in my opinion. I don't like to say that because I would hate to upset anybody and have them say, "Oh, well, watch, I'll do it then," or something silly. That's absolutely crazy. And if anybody ever feels that way, you have to call the hotline. Please do that for yourself. Maybe Zanny the Manny Maria is a mule on the side. I don't know. It's kind of like, I mean, obviously it is the West, so I don't know what it's like there. I really don't, Brenda. I don't. But that's possible, you know? The border's the border. Sam, well, and I'm gonna have to look more into that because I don't know if she's got a work visa or anything like that. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, she's young, Bo. Yeah, she's years younger than me. I just turned 43. So, I mean, we have quite a little bit of a span of time between us, and I like to think, you know, I like to think I look like a spring chicken. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's scary. That's scary. It's really scary. Bo. Oh my goodness, you guys. She and Maria can be working some money BS out. I know. I mean, who knows? That's the thing. I don't know. I mean, the state has to know about her though, because um Jessica doesn't pay for her, out of pocket. So, and it could very well be Liberty because they all have things. It's all of them do. Yeah, and as harsh as that was that somebody in the family on Devlin's side said that to her, I mean, she might not have been wrong, because the truth does hurt sometimes, and sometimes people aren't as delicate as other people are with it, right? They're just gonna like say it like it is. Um, yeah, I know, KJ Mac, exactly. One Christmas, he's still little. There are so many Christmases to choose from. She should know exactly how old he was when that happened. I'm being nitpicky, but she's so vague. I know. I believe it was. She did tell me which Christmas it was. Um, but I believe it was when he was like 2. I think for the first couple years he was eating, as he should have. But of course, when they're a baby, they drink, they have formula, blah blah blah, and I'm guessing, she switched them to the cereal, the little baby Gerber foods and stuff like that. But I just don't think that she properly cared for AJ. It's very obvious, you know. Um So, Faye says, I still have questions about Devlin's last day. Was he really caught on camera at Carl's, or just his credit card uh, showed that he bought something from there? Faye, to the best of my knowledge, they absolutely have confirmed that he was on camera there. But I'm questioning it too because I haven't seen it. Um, But Jessica can't even call a simple number that makes me think that she's going to be able to contact a nurse and be a visa nurse and all that, this and that. Well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to consider. How did she get linked up with the nurse? You know? And is she just, I mean, sometimes Jessica flexes too, guys. I mean, Jessica does a lot of shit like on a flex, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to get my child the best care and I want him to know his heritage and, stuff like that. It might just be her like saying she's just, oh, I think about my kids and only my kids and stuff. It could just been a flex. What happened to the state taking babies born with addiction? I don't know, Liberty. Yeah, I mean, and that might be why they were taken. She never said why. She said neglect, right? But if you're being neglectful, why are you having more kids? Why wouldn't you just get your tubes tied? Obviously, that's not 100%. But just like Sebastian Devlin's footage of the last being seen isn't released to the public, I find that interesting. I know, Sam, I do too. KJ does too. That was the nurse comment above. That boom. Okay, no, because I do find it odd though. I do. Unless there was someone following Devlin that the police haven't told us, but if they were doing that, Why wouldn't they have just taken him after he talked to Matt at the laundromat? Right? Why would they have followed him around? And where did he go after the laundromat? Nobody knows that, guys. Nobody knows where he went. Somebody does, but nobody has told us, right? Oh, poor baby Emmanuel. He did. He slipped under the radar. Sam, what that guy did to those little kids, his older siblings, half siblings, utterly disgusting. She may have been clean at delivery, that's true. And I know that she was in the hospital with Devlin for a little while, she said. So maybe perhaps, I mean, I know they do like UAs and stuff though, don't they? I mean, just to check everything like, the hormone levels and stuff like that. I'm not merciful either, Sam, and I'm getting less and less, right? Because it's hard. I was just telling someone else today too, close to the case. Like you can only give so much love, right? You can only be so accommodating towards somebody and you can only do so much for someone. I mean, it's just like any relationship. It can't be one-sided. It has to be reciprocated, you know? And there was a person that I was talking to prior to this, and they told me, they said Jessica is about herself. I will ask her how she is doing, but she's never once asked me how I'm doing. Guys, and that's just a regular response, right? That's a conditioned response. If Sam says, Lady Freedom, how you doing? I'm going to say, good, Sam, how you doing? Right? Because that's a conditioned response. It's like programmed in. Kind of like when Chris Proudfoot says that they didn't know to call 911 because it's programmed in. Oh, bed bugs. I don't know, guys. There were like big whelps. And I think the bed bugs are teeny tiny ones. Like it was like she had spiders or something. You know? Hey, Marcy, good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. Thank you for hitting the like. I bet he would love the taste of some dragon fruit. Aw, I know. I was thinking fruit, because like the little pieces, they can suck on a piece, A lot of times they have those mesh things that you can put the fruit in, and if it's hard for them, right, like they can just kind of chew on it. But then again, I don't know his exact sensory issues. I do know that Tina had bought him these little sticks and they were called chewies, right? And you wear it like a necklace, but AJ didn't like to have the necklace part on. And when he was chewing on them, Jessica said he was chewing on the string instead of the chewy part, right? And that's why whenever I sent his Christmas presents to him, I bought like a mitten that he could put on his hand and see if maybe he doesn't mind having that. But then again, I just felt like if he didn't want to have the mitten on his hand, then he could just still chew on the chewy, so because I mean, obviously he has teeth and stuff. So I mean, I almost was kind of like, well, I want to make sure I can get something where he can actually chew on it. I hope that helped. He was chewing on his shirt and stuff. And so Tina and I were trying to remedy that. I know. I'm sitting over here itching, Liberty. I know. Oh, maybe flea bites, Cece. Maybe it was a flea bite. Oh, yeah. Because maybe he had an allergic reaction to it. Well, I mean, I guess maybe you could have an allergic reaction to the bed bugs. Come to think of it, I know, Bo. Police would have found out if Devlin got into a bus. I think so too. They would have been able to track him. They would have been able to track him. Well, and there was something that lady did not like when they were over at her house, and it wasn't the chickens and the roosters that don't belong to her. That there's no way that they can fault her for that, in my opinion. The nurse lady, Freedom, she had to bed the whole time. Oh no, I have cousins like her. I said, oh no, you sense it. Oh, your spidey senses are going off. Oh my goodness, Sam. Oh my gosh. Well, and I was like, why? I just don't get it. Like, I don't know. What is raising the bed up gonna do if it is a spider? You know? But she showed me the whelps. I mean, she sent them to me. And I was like, oh no, Olaf. That's funny. Oh no. I know he probably is if he could. If he could, he would. Aw, poor guy. And guys, I was really trying hard to just focus on Devlin. So I was like, oh boy. And then again, like I said, if he has a respite nurse coming, they are mandated reporters. And I would think she would have had to have gone through some sort of, you know, training. So living with a child with special needs takes uh, you all the time of the day. It's not easy. I can understand her in that on that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Harmony is her other daughter. Yeah. I agree. I agree. And that's where I had to show her some grace um during the live with Piper. I just don't know why she would take his feeding tube off of him. I just don't get that. So, no, I think she's very detached. I've seen all kinds of ruggies in my past, things I should have never seen, nor did I want to see. And she's definitely math. Yeah, I think so too, Bo. And, I just didn't want to, like, again, I was trying to be sensitive to her situation. And she's like, well, I don't, my teeth, and I don't want people. And I'm like, well, I know they're going to tear anything apart. Like, it doesn't matter. You could have the most beautiful teeth ever, and they'll be like, oh, look at her with her perfect teeth. I mean, some people are just horrible. But so I didn't want to push her too much. And I didn't want to make that the focus. I'm like, but then again, I did remind her, I'm like, hey, if Devlin's out there and he sees you, physically sees you, that might make him, reach out. So Cece says, yes, I could spot those people a mile away. Yeah, it's easy to identify. And, I never did a FaceTime with her. We were just always on the phone. So I didn't really, and I think she showed herself on my panel maybe once or twice. But again, I always tell people you don't have to show yourself if you don't want to. She doesn't really care about Devlin, in my opinion. Brenda says, I mean, if it's too much trouble, what does that say? I know. And that was the most frustrating thing to me. I'm trying to help you out and get you, all of the help that you can possibly get. I know that we're late doing it, but anything helps, right? You know? I know, Sam. Well, and you do need to get rid of toxic people. You do, you know? That's funny. Hey, Hank, why do you drink? That's funny. Liberty, same here. Aw. Yeah. Yeah, it seems she struggles to do the minimum for herself and her small child, right. And putting him in that dark room, guys, that was really, I mean, I was like, my eyes were as big as hers were. No math either. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "What?" She's putting him in a dark room in the middle of the day. That's exactly what Tamara said she would do, or with Devlin. So wow, I was like, "What?" And then, like I said, when she took his feet away from him and then he was crying, but she was all the way in the other room and the country music was loud, and then she had her music up because she said she needed to be comforted. I was like, "Oh, this is not going to go over well for her at all. At all." Like, oh boy, right? Because I mean, that's what you worry about. We all know what happens, but she didn't know. So then I felt like, oh God. The facts are that Devlin was getting abused in the house, treated like crap, bullied from Matt and probably Sabrina's husband, and he was afraid of her life in that house, in my opinion, or afraid for his life. Yeah, Faye, I wonder about that dynamic with Will. I just don't know about him. One thing I didn't like was the way he was talking to Sabrina when she was on the panel. It's like, get off the phone, get off the phone, and it's like, well, she's not, first of all, she's not on the phone. I mean, she is on her phone, I think, using her phone. But I mean, we're trying to find Devlin. And then again, she was on the panel for 4 hours, so I mean, I just also was like, okay, well, I don't want to continue. Um, and also, I didn't know if what was going to happen, if he was going to be, if he's just frustrated with the situation, or if he was going to be upset with her later, in a bad way. Because I don't know him, you know what I'm saying? And I just always, you know, go with my instincts there too. Yeah, they do, Cece. They do. And most of them make it out. It's just sad when they don't. Like Devlin, I don't know what he was really thinking. I just know that his mom was letting him down too. Yes, Faye, they are, or excuse me, there were real-time relevant issues in his living situation, and the most likely, most relevant place to look. Yeah, and I mean, and that's why we've always kind of gone back and, and we're still trying to figure things out, you know? Stand by your man. As she did. She did. I mean, and it's all of these men. Like I swear, guys, if she could have a cabinet full of them, all of her exes, she would do it, right? And she'd pull them out whenever she needed something from them. You know. I mean, I wonder about that. I wonder if he made it home that day early. Like I said, the car thing, I don't know. You know. I have not talked to Sabrina about the pings. No. I mean, the one ping that I know for sure was around 11:30 p.m. at the trailer park. You know, and Lori's statements, didn't make a whole heap of sense to me either. There were some things that were believable, but like I don't believe that Lori and had offered Devlin a job. He didn't tell Tamara about it. He didn't tell his mom about it. He didn't tell anybody about it. So, I mean, the which court case, Justice? Which one? Oh, wow. Oh, that's so sad, Brenda. There was a lady that had to go back to prison in our area, and she walked into a freezing river. It's a common reason for self-harm. My, that is so sad. Lady, we need to get you onto the world some. Oh my goodness, Cece, that's funny. No, I mean, and that's the thing. I do feel for people, and I do like talking with people and listening to their side of things because there's some things that they're just not going to be truthful with me about. But I do have a problem when it's not something that they're embarrassed about. It's just that they flat out don't want to take accountability or responsibility, you know? So, oh, I'm so sorry, Liberty. And see, it's the same way for me. My mom passed away from cancer too, and I know that was upsetting towards Tamara because of them losing their father that way. I know that it was very hard on Devlin. He used to go up to the church and sit and talk. Um, yeah, there's a lot of water in that area, a lot. And I've gone over that with Tina a lot too, like the different waterways and how they all work. And, you know, I know I don't understand why you would ever put that in the universe, Liberty, because it's such an awful, awful thing. Um, Sasha says, what's interesting about Jessica is she is a scoundrel, but yet exhibited extreme regards to Devlin. I personally believe she thinks someone hurt him at Bonanza, and I do. It's a perplexing situation. I agree, Sasha. That is where I also gave Jessica some grace, right? Because she's like, I just want to find my son. I just want my baby back. I just want my son, And again, these might be some conditioned responses or feigning, but in the same way, I know for a fact that part of the reason why Jessica was pissed off at me is because I was still speaking with Tamara. I was trying to get, um, you know, or excuse me, I was trying to let Sabrina talk. There's nothing wrong with that. And when, and again, I get that she thinks that these people are guilty, but in the same way, I don't have to think that they're guilty. And even if I do think they're guilty, I'm still going to let them talk. I'm still going to ask them questions, especially if I think they're guilty. Right? Well, yeah, come on up on the panel and answer questions, right? And that's the thing too. Um it's just very difficult when you have people that um are more worried about being right and more worried about pointing the finger than actually finding um Devlin, right? And so, and guys, I do have a positive. Hey, Justin RN, I do have a positive um update about Aaliyah. They finally let her come home from Children's Hospital. So I got a good video sent to me. Was it last night? I believe it was last night, right before my live. And so I'm happy to say that update. Um, Cancer scares the living shit out of me, and I don't like to get too excited. Um, but I'm glad that they let her go home because they were staying up at the hotel right there by the hospital. Like they have a hotel on the grounds that they were staying in, or more like little apartments. And they were up there, and they've been up there for about a year. But the fact that they allowed her to go home, I was really, really happy. Um, really, really happy. So, oh, really, Miss Ann, your sister-in-law was a traveling nurse? Okay. Yeah. I just want to know if they travel back and forth like that, or if that's something that she was being dishonest about. Yeah, no money in it. Oh God. Oh, heaven forbid. I'll tell you what, he had better not. He had better not even try to sink his nasty claws into Devlin's case. Is it? And for Jessica to play that, that's why I have a patience with her. Well, and I mean, I know it's hard to have patience with somebody who doesn't want to help themselves. If I were Devlin, I'm not sure if I would want to come back to the crazy mess. Well, and I've thought about that too, Indigo. I really have thought about that, you know? So, in my opinion, maybe in a homeless camp somewhere, he really could be Liberty. And I mean, like I said, I can't even put it past him that he's not like staying with somebody at their house. I mean, according to Lori, which again, I don't know that I believe everything that Lori's saying, but yeah, I think that he did, ask her about living at the house or whatever, because he had asked other people that, and he was trying to stay with Brittany and different things. Um, so maybe he did, find someone on the internet that would let him stay, and he decided like to hide out there, and they're hiding him out. I mean, that's very possible. And then with the reward only being $6,000, especially at this time, if they were harboring, say, I don't know if they would call him a fugitive, but harboring somebody who has warrants or whatever, they can get in trouble for that. I don't know that $6,000 would, prompt them to come out. Um, that's what the Proudfoots were afraid of, being followed by Heather, so they went nuts, and Bullhorn, so they went nuts, but didn't realize who was really watching them. Complete morons, not Navy material. Sasha. Oh my goodness. Oh geez, my opinion, look at all their mistakes. We can see everything they find 2 nights in a row. I know. Oh gosh. Well, that whole thing is so weird because of the time lapse. I just wish oh, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how things unfold. Sandwich, these people profit off of the belief that people want to change and want to improve, but the truth is most people don't, and it takes great effort and most won't invest that effort. I agree with that, KJ Mac. I agree. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Um, I agree wholeheartedly there because somebody could hope and pray and wish that somebody's going to change, but they have to be the one to do it. The person has to want to do that, to make the change. I'm convinced a very big mistake occurred on Bonanza and the phone is with the Parapro. Interesting. Who's the lady that, essayed Devlin? You know? Hello. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Joe, you're slacking. You're slacking. Being on the spectrum, don't let you live without your routines. You'll be in a whole meltdown. Well, and I agree with that, Faye. And that's why it's so hard to believe that he would be hiding inside for so long because he's so used to like walking around and being out and you know like the BNN network I came from. Like, why am I mad? This ain't my business. Business. That's funny. You remember that with Katie? Business administration. It's a vry. I'm in business. Oh Lord, they thrive in a drama. They do. They do that. They do. Save your energy. Most people will continue to live what they know, even if it's toxic. The brain is designed to function in familiarity. We are biologically wired not to change. It's so hard. Yes. And how long does it take? I read somewhere that it takes um, like 24 days to change a to really change your patterns of behavior. But I mean, think about that. You have to be consistent in everything, right? But you have to keep doing it over and over. And so most people they don't want to do that. And it is hard, you know? We're just bystanders. Good night, Bo. Oh gosh, I'm right behind you. I know. I didn't even think we'd be on this long, but I love talking with you guys. You guys are awesome. I was thinking I'll probably take tomorrow night off. And the reason being is I want to get caught up on things. Scabies, Joe. I didn't even think about that. Oh Lord Almighty, help us. I would think that somebody would know, one of the nurses. Oh Lord. We didn't want the Sabrina leaking. Well, I mean, she did leak out information. Um, and I still want to do a comparison because there was a lot of things that she said that matched up with the 2 interviews, and there were a couple of things that were off. Um, you know, using the music. Yes. Yes, exactly. But no, I was thinking that I might work on the Proud Feet um video that I'm working on, where they went on Queen Bee's panel. So I really want to do that. So I'll probably do that tomorrow night, and then we'll do like late night shows Saturday, Sunday. Because I do think that that would be a good thing for us to do, and that way that'll give me a little bit of time to catch up with that god awful long interview. That has nothing to do with Sebastian, by the way. It just has everything to do with lawsuits and the Proud Feet bullying creators who are just trying to help, in my opinion. Right. So I'd like to go over that. And then also Mob put out some receipts so I can add that to the video, right? Where they're like, he better produce some receipts, and then that way I can put those in there. Also, I was looking into the school that well, there's just a couple of things I wanted to show with that. So it's just taking a little bit longer, and I have to clean out the storage because I've got a lot of stuff in there. So, um, you know, that cup of coffee, it's a red flag statement that indicates he returned home. I'm wondering about that too. I'm wondering about the cup of coffee. We'll have to revisit that again. Lori's interview was very interesting. So was the Parapros guys. You know, yeah, Piper did a good job of making people very comfortable, right? And she's just a very relatable person, right? And she's just down to earth. I really like her style. Um, you know, so I don't know. I don't know. I thought Piper was going to talk with them, and I thought, that would be a good opportunity for her too. I need to go check out her lives. I haven't been on Facebook. So, um but we're definitely working. We're definitely working. And I do want to continue to kind of piece things together for you guys. So, and again, I want to work on a documentary for Devlin. I think it would be a nice thing to do, and I think he deserves that. And maybe if people will share it out, and you know, and that sort of thing, we can get some more exposure to Devlin's case. I just want to make sure it's very accurate and well put together, so that way we can have kind of like a nice little video to refer to. Um, So I'll be working on that. And I love you guys all so very, very much. And I hope that I will see you guys Saturday. And I hope I will also be able to get our members only live scheduled. So that way we have it up, and that'll be easy to do. I'll probably make it um, at the end of the month. That way everybody can make sure they get their memberships in, or buy up your membership so you can have a chance, to be involved in our little trivia night. It's going to be fun, you guys, and um, it'll be great. And like I said, we're going to do it more of an evening. So I'm going to play. I'll just go ahead and get that put up tonight. But we'll do it, more of an evening situation. That way, you all won't have to, worry about it being at, late night, and we can get all of the members participate. So it'll be fun. And that way you guys will all know about it. You guys can mark your calendars, clear your schedule, whatever we have to do. And I'll come up with some really good questions. How I was going to do it is make up a quick video, and then we'll just play it through, as we go. So that's how I'm planning on doing it. Kind of like Jeopardy, but not too much. I don't want Alex Trebek to come for me. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll work on that. It'll be fun. Um, and maybe we can even do something like a Sebastian trivia, you know what I mean? Like facts of his case or something like that. Um, you know, I just would really urge people to come out for Sebastian. The more the merrier, the more people we can get out there, the better. He deserves it. So I love you all very, 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 very much. And I will see you all on Saturday night, but look out for the video. I'll be dropping it, as well as the trivia live stream, the time and all the deets. So good night, Justice for Noog. Thank you so much, KJ Max, CC, favorite Auntie, Faye, Brenda Calvert, and Sasha. Also Faye and Ann. Joe, thank you for coming in tonight. KJ and Sasha. Let's see. I want to make sure I get everybody. Coffee crime and cats. All of you guys for being here. I really, 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 really appreciate you guys. Sam, of course, thank you for making me laugh. You have me cracking up. Now you got me thinking. Now I'm gonna be doing research on Mexico. Holy cow. So let's do it. Liberty, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate Brenda Calvert. Thank you guys all so very much for being here. Everyone who stayed in talking about Devlin. And, let's put our heads together and figure this out. It's not that hard. Cece, I know it's just not that hard, is it? We're overlooking something. It's something we've all overlooked. All right. You guys all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you soon. Oh, here, I'll do the outro song.
Little boy, you should be in your father's arms tonight. Little boy, today the darkness stole your light. And oh, little boy, this never should have happened to a boy. A little boy, I'm sure you're glad it's over, but our hearts are broken without you here. And I heard your mama crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. There ain't nothing that I can say. Little girl, your presents wrapped, they're waiting for you. Little girl, this house so still, so sad without you. Little girl, this never should have happened to a girl. A little girl, you need to know we're sorry, and our hearts are broken without you here. Today a nation's crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. Are there any words to say? Would you give new life and then steal it back? Is this all part of the plan? Is this your sovereignty? Were they really called home? No, it can't be that simple. We've wrestled with you, now we crawl away crippled. And I heard our Father crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. Oh.